It's 1:36. Today is the 26th of April, 2022. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We're in work session this afternoon. Following our work session, we'll have a executive session and then begin our regular meeting about 4:40 this afternoon. We have two presentations, two items for work session: a report on the comprehensive downtown parking study, and continued discussions around the American Rescue Plan Act. Prior to that, however, the first item on our agenda are citizen comments. And we have two citizens that have signed up to speak. Just as a reminder, their comments have to be have to pertain to items on our work session agenda, items 2.1 or 2.2, and they have to sign up in person prior to 1:30, which they've done, and they will have 3 minutes to make their comments. We'll give you a reminder that your time is running short with 30 seconds left, and we'd ask that you read your name into the record when you name and address into the record when you come forward. I'll first call on Tyler Moore. Mr. Moore.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. My name is Tyler Moore, and I live at 46 Highland Drive in Ransom Canyon, Texas. And I, if you couldn't tell by my shirt, am representing the Lubbock Plays Pickleball Board. I'm one of the newest members, and I think for initiation, this is what they made me do. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking in to item 2.2, and just want to say how excited we are that you're considering a greater investment in Parks and Rec. We personally have seen outdoor activity ramping up after COVID, and we've seen the benefits of that among all ages and demographics. Speaking personally to our organization, we have seen 6-year-olds coming out to play, 94-year-olds coming out to play and get active. We've seen college students looking for ways to get out of their dorms and find family and connect. We've seen Parks and Rec improving people's health, mentally, physically, and spiritually, growing friendships, connect communities across demographics, grow families, and grow relationships closer together. So we are so excited at the prospect of growing our Parks and Rec and looking forward to help however we can. I thank you for letting me speak, and have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, thank you for being here. Next to speak is Wendy Flett. Hope I got the last name correct. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody gets it wrong. Okay, so my name is Wendy Flett. I'm actually a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. I work at Trust Point Rehab Hospital. We specialize in spinal cord injury and brain injury. Also training for PT, OT, speech therapists, and physician training. So I'm really excited that you guys are considering this for, furthering parks and activities here in Lubbock. Hiking, biking, and obviously I'm, with the pickleball group. I'm going to be giving some data here from the CDC, National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, just for your information. So 6 in 10 adults, so I mentioned before that, Trust Point is known for stroke and brain program. However, a lot of patients are there for chronic disease and conditions caused by chronic disease, like diabetes, arthritis, cancer, heart disease, stroke, lupus epilepsy. So 6 in 10 adults in the U.S. have a chronic disease. That's like over half of everybody. And 4 in 10 have 2 or more causes of chronic disease that are the leading causes of death and disability. and they're the leading drivers of the nation's healthcare costs, 3.8 trillion in annual healthcare costs. So some of the risk factors, a lot of them are preventable: alcohol and tobacco, poor nutrition, and lack of exercise. And if anybody, and everybody in here can put up their hand and say they've started an exercise program or a diet program, and they've quit. Oh, I've gone to the gym, I've gone bike riding, I've gone here and there and everywhere else. I just want to talk to exercise. My husband was, for 25 years, he was a parts manager at a Ford dealership. And then he became a service manager. How much?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Anyway, he has never done anything. His whole life, he's never been active. He started pickleball 4 years ago. He's actually in the best shape he's ever been in his life. We've been married 37 years. Exercise burns fat, increases muscle mass, endorphins, makes you happy. Pickleball, it reduces chronic disease. And so it's just, this particular sport is fun, and people stay with it. It's social, it's visible. It's probably going to be an Olympic sport. Sorry. But I just really appreciate that you guys are considering doing this, and I hope you do.
Thank you, Ms. Flett. Appreciate it. If it makes you happy, we know we some people. Mr. Griffith, you thinking about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. You can have some. I can see you're soon to have some time on your hands.
You can play with Mr. Chavez.
Yeah. Ms. Joy, Mr. Massengill, Ms. Pastor Harris may look out in the audience next year and see you guys in those T-shirts coming. You know, yeah.
Give them to you, no charge.
Well, thank you guys for being here. The pickleball advocates remain undaunted, and we're thankful for your involvement, very much so. Okay, that concludes our citizen comments. We'll go to item 2. Item 2.1 is the first item under agenda. Item 2, and it's to get a comprehensive to receive the comprehensive downtown parking study. We'll be asked to accept that later on tonight in our regular meeting. Just as a bit of background, this downtown parking study was called out as a to-do by the downtown master plan, which we accepted a couple of years ago. And so with no further ado, our Brianna Girardi, who runs business development for us and has been the point on all things downtown, will take it away. So Brianna, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you, members of the council. Happy to be back with you this afternoon to talk about parking in downtown. As the mayor mentioned, this master plan project was a phase 1 recommendation in the implementation matrix of our downtown master plan update, which you all adopted in June of 2020. The Central Business District TIF Board did take this project on. They have funded this study that we've completed with WGI and have reviewed the plan, and their board has approved it. And so our next step is to recommend this document to you all for approval. On those lines, I just wanted to mention that our former CBD TIF Board Chairman, Robert Taylor, is here with us today, as well as our Downtown Master Developer, Mont McClendon. In the event you have any questions or want to chat with them about their thoughts on the plan, they are here for questions if you need. So just as a quick reminder, we did engage with WGI Inc. out of Houston, Texas, or our consultant was out of Houston, Texas in April of last year. So we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary of starting this project. And the goal of our parking master plan was really to develop, very similar to what we did with the downtown master plan update, a set of priorities, of strategies, and of implementable projects for the city to look at for parking in downtown. You will notice as we go through the plan that recommendations are somewhat broad. We don't have specific pricing assigned to each of these projects. It's really what we will be looking for and what the TIF board will be looking for from you all are recommendations of where you would like for us to focus first in regards to implementing this plan. So we have several categories of options for implementation. A lot of them overlap each other. We do have our parking consultant here from WGI. He will be going through all of those individual items with you, and then we'll be asking for your feedback on how to proceed. Just as a reminder, you did receive this information from our consultants late in 2021, but just wanted to give a couple of quick reminders about the community input portion of this master plan update. So in September, or parking master plan, in September of last year, we did hold an online survey for about 5 weeks where we really just wanted to get opinions and perspectives on parking in downtown from our community. We had about just under 600 responses to that survey. You have all of the data that we received as a result of that survey in your master plan document. But just a couple of highlights that I thought were interesting. Over 50% of the people that responded to that survey are people that come to downtown for work. The majority of the visitors to downtown do take advantage, 76% take advantage of parking on street, so the majority are not parking in off-street lots or parking garages. Just about 30% are willing to walk 2 blocks to their destination, but we did not see that many people want to walk much further than that, which really wasn't surprising feedback, but something I think is worth noting. And then over 50% of our respondents are willing to use some sort of parking technology or mobile app to either find where parking is available, to pay for parking should we implement a program like that. So I thought that was good information to have as well. A couple months later, in November of 2021, we did host a community input session here at Citizens Tower. And attendees of that session did what the consultants called a funding allocation activity. Again, you have all of the data of those results in your master plan. But essentially, they were each given a certain amount of money. We had buckets that you could spend your money in, which are very similar to the implementation items you'll see later. And then citizens were able to put a certain amount of dollars in each bucket, depending on what they felt their priorities were. Over 50% of that group put the majority of their money in the bucket to add more parking downtown, which I think you'll find interesting when you hear about the number of available parking spaces that we actually have in downtown. And so this really confirmed that we have a disconnect between perception of parking and actual parking. The remainder of those funds, the next in line after that 50% mark, was 13% of the funding was allocated to wayfinding and branding. On that same day, we did have 2 downtown stakeholder meetings. Those were invitation meetings to business owners and downtown stakeholders, some city staff, and we did the same exercise in those 2 groups as well, and you have all of their feedback. It's a little bit different than what we received from the community that evening, but pages 10 and 11 of your report have our stakeholder data as well, if you'd like to take a look
Those were
at that.
relatively well attended to, as I recall.
About
Is that
30
correct?
in each meeting.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you.
In addition to the community input, our consultants also did 4 parking occupancy observations where they had boots on the ground at certain hours of the day for different events in downtown, checking parking occupancy throughout the district. You have the breakdowns of each of these data collection periods. This is on page 25 of your study. But we did do this on an average work day during a First Friday art trail event, on a Texas Tech football weekend, and then on an evening event where we had an event at Buddy Holly Hall, the Civic Center, and Luca all happening at the same time. And so we did different hours of the day depending on the event. I won't go into all the details of that observation, but the key takeaway, I think, for this portion of the study is that at no time our parking demand exceeded our parking supply. This slide will show you the 10 different categories within which we will be looking at implementation strategies in the master plan. our consultant will be going through these items individually with you, so I will not do that now, but just a couple of things to note. This is intended to be approximately a 5-year plan, depending on funding allocation and when we're able to start. Could be a 5 to 7-year plan. But you'll see that a lot of these recommendations overlap each other. It's really difficult to have a linear kind of checkbox approach to addressing parking in downtown. The other thing to note is that parking really doesn't happen in a vacuum. This is not something we can accomplish just by focusing on parking itself. A lot of this will overlay with street improvements or right-of-way improvements and addressing some of the issues that we have in the pedestrian right-of-way, whether it be safety, lighting, sidewalk conditions, things like that. A lot of those things tie in together. So just wanted to make that point so you can keep in mind some of the other recommendations that came out of the Downtown Master Plan update and how they might integrate with the recommendations you're going to see today. As the mayor mentioned, we do have this as an action item for your consideration this evening. I did just want to note, since submitting the plan to you, we've noticed a couple of errors on some of the maps. We do not have any substantive changes that need to be made. None of the data is changing, but we do have some map issues. So we will be changing those, and so I'll defer to you all on how you want to handle that later this evening if you want to consider the plan, knowing those map changes are coming, or how you want to handle that. And outside of that, if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those, or I can introduce our consultant to you now.
Okay. Let's start with, thank you, Mr. Girardi. Let's start with Mr. Christian, and then we'll go to Mr. Chavez. Randy?
Just a quick question on your breakout of responses
Yes, sir.
that you had, I think it's one of your first pages back there. Do you have any additional demographic breakout of those responses? Age? Do you have them broken out at all that way? I'd be curious.
I'll go back and look at the data that came out of that. I don't have it in my hands right now, but I can get that for you before
thank you.
tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Girardi, you mentioned perception. How do we correct that? Please, your explanation.
I would probably have a lot more money than I do if I had the answer to that question. I think a big portion of it is education. We've seen some really interesting ideas in other cities of how you can notify the public through your website, through mobile applications of where available parking is. There are some things that we can utilize within our GIS system where you can track open parking spaces and have real-time data available to the community. So, for example, if you take event parking, if I'm coming to an event at Buddy Holly Hall, I could check my app and see that the Civic Center is full, but CASP on Texas has 3 spaces available. And so I can go to Texas and park there. So a lot of it is just communication. I think wayfinding and branding will be a key component of, better explaining to the public in a very visual way. This is where you can park, this is where you can't, this is how long you can stay, some things like that that really, that has a kind of a cohesive look and feel so people know to look for those signs and signals and see where parking is available.
Total agreement. It's all about information, the distribution of the correct information. Again, if we don't control the narrative, somebody else will. We just got to be ahead of it. Thank you, Mr. Girardi. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. I thought you were going to go Elon Musk on us there for a minute, but you chose not to. So, okay. Okay. All right. Anything else for Ms. Girardi? All right. Thank you, Brian. If you want to introduce Mr. Sands.
Yes, sir. I have on the slide Mr. Benjamin Sands. He told me to only introduce him as that if he was in trouble. So he's been for now. We'll see what you guys think at the end of the presentation. But Mr. Sands from WGI.
Afternoon, Mr. Sands.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, council members. Appreciate your time today. So, she talked a little bit about the perceptions of parking and then the realities of parking that we found therein, which was that the perceptions of the public were that there wasn't enough parking, while as our occupancy surveys indicated that there was sufficient parking throughout the downtown on-street network. This slide simply communicates kind of our study workflow where we took the perceptions, compared them to the realities, created benchmarks from which we generated parking strategies for you. There are over 875 on-street spaces in the downtown area, 14,000 off-street spaces, not all public, but it is important to note that you have a pretty significant supply of parking in downtown Lubbock. Brianna already went through our observation periods, but they're there noted again for you. And this is just a map of both on-street and off-street parking spaces. So let's get to our recommendations. This is just a brief chart, and we'll come back to it if we need to. But it just charts out our different recommendations, whether it's a new or enhancing an existing policy, the associated costs, just in a broad stroke comparison in terms of low cost or high cost or mid-level cost, impacts in terms of the impact to parking and the level of difficulty of the recommendation and its priority, and also the coordination with the other recommendations. But you can see there's a lot of coordination that occurs between the different recommendations. So our first recommendation, parking needs a leader, right? You need to consolidate parking management and functions under one department and allow that department to be the champion of parking, right? And from that, you can then grow into kind of midterm strategies, which may involve at some point implementing paid parking, but you guys are not near paid parking at this point. Your demand does not reflect that you're near paid parking. Improving wayfinding branding. This is the first and last impression of parking that users of the system carry to and from their experience in Lubbock. The better that information is, as you mentioned, Councilman Chavez, that the better the information that you give, the better you set the expectations of the users. We've given a map here just with some brief examples of wayfinding signs, availability signs that could be placed throughout the network, and some locations for those. Shared parking. As we noted, there are 14,000 off-street spaces in central Lubbock. This is an underutilized resource. If your demand for on-street parking starts to exceed your supply, this would be the natural place to look for utilization of additional supply of parking. And this can be done through finding underutilized spaces. An office tower that may use its space during the day but may not use it in the evening would be a prime target for shared parking for an evening entertainment district or something to that effect. So understanding the opportunities for shared parking and pursuing those opportunities and coming up with strategies to assuage the private owners of their concerns about sharing their property with others. Enhancing the pedestrian realm. As we talk about proximities and people's willingness to walk 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, I think that has to be done understanding the current infrastructure for the pedestrian realm and in concert with the master plan update, enhancing that pedestrian realm is what's key to increasing the walkability of Lubbock and users' willingness to walk more than 2 blocks. We've given us a map here that shows the pedestrian corridors established by the master plan update, as well as the off-street shared use assets that we identified and the interconnectivity between them. But these corridors would obviously be the prime targets for improvements to walkability in Lubbock first, with other improvements coming later. Programming the curb, understanding the uses of the curb and programming them to the adjacent business uses for different building uses is important. So properly charting out the curb uses in concert with the building uses. For instance, if there's a restaurant that's really heavy on takeout and setting aside some loading zone spaces so that they have those drive-in pickup spaces, so on and so forth. You're seeing it in the strip malls and things like that. On-street has to be able to adjust to those changing conditions. Addressing parking policies. Many cities now are going with parking maximums where they won't allow people to develop more than the necessary amount of parking. But I think it's always important to look at eliminating minimums doesn't necessarily mean that no new parking will be built. Eliminating minimums might mean that it becomes a function of the free market on how developers develop parking space and whether they see that as a necessary component to the attractiveness of their property, the sellability of their property. Enforcement strategy. There didn't seem to be a clear and concise enforcement strategy block to block throughout Lubbock, so that would certainly be one of our recommendations, would be to consolidate the enforcement strategy and regularly enforce where the signs are existing, and if there's a desire not to enforce in certain areas or quadrants where there may be underutilized space, then to remove the signs and the time constraints that are noted, so that you are enforcing where the rules are posted, and that you allow the open parking, unrestricted parking where they're not. I did want to mention also, in terms of enforcement strategy, the relationship between enforcement and crime. That, an enforcement round through different areas of a city is natural visibility in those areas of the city. So if you have areas that are experiencing vehicular break-ins, those kinds of vandalism, those kinds of things, having enforcement staff walking those areas of the city and enforcing the parking regulations actually increases the natural surveillance of that area, which will inevitably lead to a diminishment in criminal activity. Creating a parking task force to communicate, back to the communication with the public, right, which is to set forth kind of the understandings and expectations of the public and the initiatives and strategies of the municipality, and to kind of create a platform for which those two parties can interact with each other and communicate. So a task force, we would certainly recommend implementing a formal collaboration between the city and parking stakeholders. Event parking planning. For most, that is the main reason they come to downtown Lubbock, is for an event of some sort. We talked about in several instances of our observations during event periods, but the demand never exceeded the supply. So it was mainly about communications, about frustrations of the users in terms of not knowing where to go, not knowing where available supply was. And so we put together just a brief map of some strategic points where, event-style communication for event parking rules when events are in place would be an effective addition to the city's strategy for parking. Lastly is right-sizing parking. We firmly believe that paid parking is a reflection of demand, that as demand starts to exceed your available supply, then you have in front of you a choice to make about whether to monetize parking, to make people make an emotional decision about whether they drive their vehicle, whether they car share to a given destination. But that point comes once demand exceeds your supply or starts to come close to exceeding supply. And at this point, you guys are not there yet. You may be soon in a 3 to 5 year stretch, but you're not there yet. The first step from our mind is implementing the rules and enforcing the rules. But then, as you grow out of that, you can start to look at implementing paid areas as pilot areas potentially. So Broadway District would be a great, location to potentially pilot paid parking. But that's a 3 to 5 year strategy, we believe, if the first 2 years goes as anticipated. Given a couple maps here just of kind of the strategies for that. So, the initial strategy would be to implement short-term parking time limits and enforce those time limits, and then measure what that's done. Has that created the availability that you seek? Have the businesses benefited from that availability and accessibility of open parking in front of their businesses? And if so, is that an initiative you need to keep forth? Is demand continuing to increase? And if it is that availability shrinking? And at which point is it necessary to then increase the mechanisms by which you control demand, which is fees? So we put together just a sample map of possible time restrictions and then future-looking years 3 to 5, possible fees for given areas. So this is our chart that kind of explains the interconnectivity between all the different recommendations. And you can see that we're telling you to start all of them at the same time, essentially, right? It's just that, but there is an interconnectivity, right? Without a leader, it's difficult to establish curb management philosophies. It's difficult to employ an enforcement strategy or to assign enforcement to a given department and to hold them accountable for perfecting that enforcement. It's difficult to establish branding, wayfinding, those kinds of things without having a leadership and somebody that's in charge and a champion of parking. Parking is a driver of economic vitality. You know, how you use the resource of public parking to serve the needs of economic vitality is why you sit where you do. So I wanted to open it up for any questions based on those recommendations.
Okay, Ben, thank you very much. Council, questions for Mr. Sands? Start with Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I noticed that most of the plan, as it should, is just including the area within the boundary that has been created. Has any thought been given to include some of the short surrounding areas around this area to provide some additional stuff, some wayfinding signs to say, hey, and over here, there are, should we include some of those additional spaces just beyond that into this plan?
Yeah, and I pulled up the event parking slide here, and you can see on the slide that we've incorporated a couple of leading-in signs, you know, event parking signage that are outside the study area as you approach the study area. Certainly, you know, wayfinding, availability signage would be important in those areas if you were looking at a consolidated, you know, wayfinding strategy. Let me look back at the wayfinding slide. So yeah, I mean, it's a question of where the decision comes in, right? Is right now, as you reach central Lubbock, you still have a few more minutes until you get to your given destination, right? You aren't at a decision point as you reach the perimeter of the study boundary as we defined it, right? So we implemented our signage locations based on the strategies towards where those peak demand areas were right now, but that will obviously evolve as the city continues to develop and occupancies continue to increase.
Not so much concerned about the signage. I just said to include that in there, but maybe the use or incorporating some of those areas around this particular boundary to also include spaces for parking.
Certainly. That areas not identified within the study area may provide a supplement of resource of parking. And certainly if your user populace was at the place where it was comfortable commuting that distance from those off-site, you know, satellite parking locations to a central business district, or you had a shuttling system, for instance, to transport them in such a manner, that might certainly be feasible. It's still a part of that improving wayfinding and branding and communicating with the public.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it because a lot of the things that take place in the downtown area are primarily on the along those boundaries.
On the periphery.
So
right.
that's why I'm thinking, so that for those individuals who would be partaking, and they come from different areas throughout the city, if maybe parking before reaching that location were available, if that might also kind of alleviate or relieve some areas. I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. Didn't know if you had thought about it and if it was something that needed to be thought about.
Certainly should be incorporated into it. We didn't study the areas outside of the study area in terms of their relationship to the events. But if there are certain areas or there are shared use opportunities was more where I was trending. If there's a large bank of spaces for a business that's a Monday through Friday business and you have a weekend event, you want to look at using those spaces, then certainly, incorporating that into your wayfinding and branding package and signage, and then, the website and how it communicates availability out to the public.
Okay, just something to think about.
Anything else, Ms. Patterson-Harris? Okay, Mr. Christian.
Ben, this is obviously not your first rodeo on a deal, something like this. Can you think of other cities that you've had similar discoveries in regards to the challenges and the obstacles and opportunities like Lubbock? And I'm going to go back to the branding and wayfinding. That, in my opinion, that's top priority because is there a connection when you have a good wayfinding and branding program to some of your enforcement, to some of your communications? Does that improve once you have those in place? Because I think it starts answering a lot of questions. I hate to use the word on the fly, but behind the wheel, and it makes you know where you should park, you know where you shouldn't park, you know some of these other things. So I'd just like you to share with us some of your experiences at other cities.
Yeah, I mean, it sets expectations, if you will, right? Which is that the users, the biggest frustration for parking users comes when they don't understand the expectations or the rules, and they feel like it just jumped out on them. We did a study for Grapevine, Texas, which is in a similar state in terms of the unconsolidated enforcement on street. The spaces weren't turning over. For them, we did a GIS wayfinding program where we basically provided them with a GIS map that had mapped out all the available parking in the city and handed it over to them to continue to manage as they continue to add parking to their supply or diminish parking. And that is something that they've managed and they've incorporated that. So now if you Google Grapevine, you'll see Grapevine parking, you'll see an interactive parking map pop up. And that's a map that we had great effect in implementing. And it actually won an award at the International Parking and Mobility Institute. So that would be a great comparative just right here local in Texas. In terms of other states, I mean, you know, many small to medium-sized cities are in a similar position, right, where parking's a resource, right? It's not what generates the income. What generates the income is the tax base, is the businesses, the residents, the offices. And parking is the resource that serves that end. So how council elects to strategize the implementation and use of that resource and administration of that resource. And I think that's the biggest key here, administration of a resource. You guys are administering a public resource to the public. And if it's not managed, then it's going to be abused. And then I think that's part of what just conventional wisdom is.
Thank you.
Mr. Chattis?
Thank you, Mayor. Have conversations been had with Mr. Mandrell with our mass transit system? And the reason I bring that up is because if we have a large function, or as Ms. Patterson-Harris said, if we're parking an area outside of the perimeter, it'd be great to bring the transit system in as part of the transportation. At which point do we bring mass transit into this conversation?
I mean, it's a reflection of your communication with the public, right? So, I mean, it's and their comfort level of using mass transit. I think from our public engagement, we found that a minuscule percentage of your users are using public transportation. So it's about creating a level of comfort with public transportation and then and reinforcing that through communication through the websites and social media that during an event, we're going to be using XYZ church parking lot, and we're going to be shuttling people to these locations. So for convenient parking, quick availability, this is the place to go, and we're going to be running a shuttle every 10 to 15 minutes.
And the reason I bring it up, because I've attended quite a few functions in San Antonio, and the park and ride is fantastic. You don't have to be battling traffic or parking spaces also. So if you know, at some point, I believe that the mass transit here in Lubbock will have to be a part of this discussion. At which point, I don't know, but I think they need to be at the table also, preparing for the future.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy?
Well, I believe that the people who are in the best position to address the issues are the people closest to them. And that event, that's not this group up here. we're close in a way, but I'm talking about the different areas. For example, Larry's sitting out there, he's down in the Depot District. He has ideas about what's best for it. The Cultural Arts District has people who know what's best for it when it comes to parking. Downtown parking could be broken into several groups. You know, you've got the governmental group, you've got some of the high-rise office buildings, such as this one, and some of the others. And so you've got different pockets.
Certainly.
And one of the things that we're dealing with right now at the city level, which we are closest to, is because our parking garage wasn't finished when we moved in. And so we've had people who've had to park on the street or anywhere else they could find. And so right now, if you did a survey of who's parking on the streets, you're going to find it's a high percentage of employees working in businesses. For example, our friend that's north of us parks his big pickup truck on our side of the street because there's no charge for it. So he parks over there. Many of the businesses don't have any parking for their employees. And so all of that is to say, years ago, we had what we called a Downtown Merchants Association. And the area that we are talking about as we sit here today is basically the same as it was in 1970. Because the downtown area has not, we haven't jumped 19th Street completely. We haven't jumped the Marcia Sharp Freeway going north. And so when you talk about a task force, I don't know why we haven't already had that group together. I can name 2 or 3 in the Depot District who would be great. I can name 2 or 3 in the downtown group that are not the master developer. I can name you 2 or 3 in the Cultural Arts Division over here. But those are the groups that need to be, and call them a downtown task force if that's what you want to call them, because that's really what we're looking at. I don't know what's best for Larry Simmons' part of the world. Now, he'll talk to me about it, and he'll make suggestions to me, but are we really listening on that level? And so if we're talking about a task force, then let's get one that involves the people who are doing business in those areas. And don't make it huge, because if it's too big, it will self-implode. And so you've got to put it together in a way that will make it work. But what's good for Larry's part of the world may not work for the city of Lubbock or for Lubbock County or for some of the Lubbock Arts District. It just may not work. And so when I look at these pretty pictures, they drive me crazy. We had parking meters at one time, downtown Lubbock. We had them. We took them out for a couple of reasons. One is people kept running over them. But you had to collect the money, you still had, and so we went to someone checking where it was 2-hour parking or whatever and marking your tires, which sometimes worked, sometimes didn't. And what I heard you say was we are not to the point, and maybe I heard you wrong, that paid parking, for example, a lot, and these are public-private ownerships, okay? Mm-hmm. You have to be careful about us telling the private people what they have to do with their parking.
Agreed.
We can't do that. And so that's where that fits into this task force, because you got to have some of the same people. They may not own a business downtown. They may have a lot that, they've had for years. But I don't want us to say, well, you're not ready for a paid parking lot. I know what people pay in other cities to park. And so let's just don't gloss over that one. I think it's a very viable option, especially in the evenings, not necessarily in the daytime, because they have their parking kind of laid out. But I don't think that I can sit up here and tell Larry Simmons how I think the parking ought to be in the Depot District, or any of the other owners, juxtaposh some of those. And we can't all have what we want. What everybody would like is that you don't have any parking requirements at all. People come to us and say, well, don't tell us what our minimum is. Don't tell us that. Just let us park. Well, that doesn't work for everybody. And so it's got to be more in tune to what we really have. And if you walk around this building right now, you're not going to find any parking spaces, because we don't have any until we get this parking garage open. So I think some of the concepts are good. It bothers me when we have a presentation and somebody tells me we've got changes to maps and we don't have those. I don't know what they are. Enforcement downtown, talk to me and use the words. Are you talking about police walking around downtown? What are you talking about, enforcement downtown? You said in the evening.
Parking enforcement could be either police, or it could be an assigned individual that's not a police officer. Certainly, it's just about natural visibility. It's about having people walking through your downtown that could report incidents if they saw them, those kinds of things. That's all I was referring to.
Which increases everybody's costs.
Certainly.
When you do that. I looked at some of the maps in the back. Some businesses want people not to be able to park in front of their buildings for more than 2 hours. Some of the businesses don't care. Some of the businesses have special agreements where you don't have any parking requirements. The building I worked in for years, everybody rushed to get there in the morning so they could get the parking spots across the street in front of the AT&T building, because they didn't have a time requirement on it. That kind of thing has got to be worked out in a way that is, if a business is going to operate, especially a larger business, they've got to have a place for people to park. And I'm talking about employees and otherwise. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the problem. We don't. Our neighbor to the north of us, he doesn't have any place for his employees to park. So they park on the street. So it's a much bigger problem, and it is a very area-defined problem is what it is.
Yep.
And I'm not sure we've gotten there yet. So that's all of my discussion to say that. And if we have 30% of the people who will not walk more than 2 blocks, is that what y'all said?
Yes, ma'am.
30% of 600 people. That's 180 people who wouldn't walk more than 2 blocks. So that's an issue. Mm-hmm. Do they really mean that? Do they really mean that? Or is that they don't like to walk more than, I don't know. Mr. Christian asked about ages. That could be age specific.
Right.
Older, disabled, whatever. So I'm not sure I'm ready to adopt this plan, is all I'm saying. And I know that didn't come until later, and that's not under your purview. But your task force needs to be the people who are closest to the problem and not the people who we hear from the most often. My recommendation.
Mr. Sands, you and I had a chance to talk this out earlier today. I asked you the question, Ms. Joy, her last point about the number of people, people's willingness to walk. Mm-hmm. And you said it wasn't, the response of our citizens wasn't that unusual. To go through, just answer, share what you shared with me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, the response is not uncommon for a city of this size and scope with this amount of available on-street parking and with this occupancy percentage, is that, they've become acclimated to an availability within a 1 to 2 block range. As you start to implement additional controls, and once price starts to come into it, now all of a sudden, people start to be willing to block all kinds of blocks if they're willing to miss, having to pay for parking. Right, absolutely. So, as paid systems start to come into place, that's when, the walkability becomes kind of a malleable aspect of how people are willing to get to places. But, the worst thing would be to implement paid parking and have it start to chase out downtown businesses, right? Because that's the challenge that you guys are facing, is whether, a paid parking system on street, right? Does that discourage or encourage businesses to come to downtown and to invest in downtown and make their businesses in downtown? And I think you guys are trying to draw people in. You're trying to get more people to open businesses in downtown Lubbock. So you're still in that developmental stage of trying to encourage that activity.
Thank you. Anything else for Mr. Sands? Okay, we appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sands, at one point, and I apologize, I've lost the page, you talked about elimination of minimums.
Mm-hmm. Parking
Obviously, as
policies.
Mr. Christian pointed out, you've worked in a lot of cities. Will you go a little deeper into that, what your thoughts are? We've had great discussion on that, and I know it's kind of almost zoning related, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's about whether you want to dictate the requirements for parking for a development, or if you want to allow the free market of real estate development and sellability in the transactional process of real estate to establish what the requirements for parking are in order for a property to sell or to be attractive to patronize. To your point about the businesses that don't build parking, right? The owner that builds that business that may not have parking. I mean, it's on them on whether that parking is a necessary component in order for him to make that storefront viable, or that office building, attractive to potential tenants. And the city has some responsibility in there too, because if you're providing a public resource for the use of private entities for the propagation of their private enterprise, you have to be careful on how that's administrated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Christian.
That 30% that said that they wouldn't walk more than 2 blocks, I look at that too, that 70% said they might.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's a little bit cultural. I think Mr. Taylor, I think that there's a lot of people that get upset if they have to walk more than 50 feet to go into the front door of a United. I think that as we mature, we'll understand that 2 blocks is really, we walk 4 blocks. But I think it's also the dynamics of downtown is that you can walk in a lot of major cities. I'm thinking of San Antonio, and you've walked 6 blocks and you didn't even realize it. So I think as we put this thing into play, we have to think about that, and we develop downtown, and there's lots of venues and a lot of exciting things are going on, that I think that 2 blocks is probably going to be, in the minds of a lot of people, a thing of the past. Plus, I'd still like to see the demographics on how the age broke out on that, those statistics as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Sands. Ms. Jardy, would you come back up, please? So I think item 8-9 tonight is to accept this plan.
Yes,
Basically, what we do when we do that is, if we were to do that, we would accept it in this form. I think there are a couple map changes you talked about. One of those is an example, Ms. Joyce. They've got the parking garage here at the wrong block. It's 1 block too far. It's one block too far south. We're not going to move the garage. We're just going to move the little red
Police
red
chief
square
probably
there.
wouldn't appreciate.
But I don't. we would accept the plan, and then you would look to the council for some direction as to working with the downtown TIF on next steps. I think one of the things you'd shared with me when we talked about this was that I think much like what Ms. Joyce said, you felt like this task force or whatever you call the group needs to be led by the private sector. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. I think, I mentioned the 2 stakeholder meetings that we had on the day of the community input session. We invited 65 or 70 downtown stakeholders to that meeting. So I think we have a long list from which to pull from to create this task force, Mr. Simmons being one that attended those meetings. While our consultants were in town doing their occupancy data, they also did meet with representatives from the county and the courthouse area. They also met with the Arts District, Buddy Holly Hall, and the Civic Center. So I think we have a good base of non-city related stakeholders with which to draw from to create this task force. I think I'm hearing that is probably, if not priority 1, certainly in the first couple of priorities. I think another obvious next step would be wayfinding and branding. The timing of this plan is kind of nice as the Chamber of Commerce wraps up their citywide branding campaign. My understanding is there will be a downtown component of that as well that we might be able to borrow some design and some ideas from. And so I think that's a good next step possibility. But yes, we would look to you all for recommendations, both to provide to the TIF board as far as anything that requires funding, but then also to the task force as far as district-specific priorities.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, anything else for Ms. Girardi or Mr. Sands? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move now to item 2.2. Item 2.2 is to continue discussions regarding allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds. For this, to lead this discussion, I will go to the city manager, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Discussion under 2.2 is going to probably break into two broad categories. Mr. Howerton, Mr. Rehano, Ms. Witcher are going to walk you through the details of the items that are on your consent agenda for later approval tonight or for later consideration. Mr. Van Gundy then will follow and provide the presentation, the update, the recommendations of the council committee that met to work specifically on the parks. And then your final slide tonight, of course, will be your ledger, and we'll be able to move forward. So, Bill, did I ramble on long enough? Got it?
Yes.
Want to be sure I did that. Thank you.
You did great. Thank you. Good afternoon, council, mayor. This afternoon, I'm going to start off our discussion with the 3 agreements that I have to bring forward tonight at the council meeting. We're going to start with the first one, the affordable housing. You've heard me talk about this one on several occasions as a Mission Homes project. The Mission Homes, the partners have created a new entity called MBE LLC. That's who we'll be contracting with. The maximum on this allocation is $1.25 million, so $1.25 million. This is for the infrastructure for utilities and streets, curb and gutter. This project will take place on approximately 15 acres of land just north of Estacado High School. You see there the north, south, east, and west boundaries. The result of this project will utilize a business plan, I guess you would say, similar to that of King's Dominion. What we did with King's Dominion, we went in and paid with a lot of the infrastructure with public dollars. After the public dollars are used for infrastructure, then you've got the private dollars coming in to build the houses and then in turn sell those to qualified home buyers. We're going to end up with 66 single-family residences here in this development. All homes are scheduled to be either 3 or 4 bedroom homes. They'll all be brick on the exterior. Reason for that, we want to minimize the amount of ongoing maintenance that these homeowners will have to do going forward. go to the next thing, I want to discuss an agreement change that came about this morning. I passed this out to all of your spots there on the dais. Wanted to be able to clarify how disbursements would be made to MBE. The first payment of $625,000 will be made when the infrastructure improvements are made and have been inspected and accepted by the city of Lubbock. The second round of payments, as the builders come in and get permits for the first 33 homes to be built out there, we will pay MBE $9,470 up to those 33. Once we have 33 homes completed and ready for occupancy, we will release the rest of the funding to MBE. We changed, the original agreement had us paying that last third payment when all 66 single-family residences were built. We're worried about supply chain problems that could come up during the construction period. So that's why we've moved up that payment amount. That allows us to make sure that we're hitting our December 31st, 2026 deadline for expenditures of these funds. We'll move on to the Small Business Relief Program. This one is 7.41 on tonight's agenda. This one's going with South Plains Association of Governments, or SPAG. Allocation for this program is $2.5 million, and the funds will be used to assist local businesses that were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. You'll see there the eligibility requirements. The business has to be located within the city limits of Lubbock, able to prove that the business was adversely affected by the pandemic. The business must have been in operation for one 12-month period and must not have received any assistance under the Payroll Protection Program, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, or the Micro Grant Support Program that LEDA offered last year through other COVID-related funds. The administrative fee that SPAG will receive for this is $50,000. Grant amounts are based on annual gross revenue of the business. The minimum amount for the grants is $5,000, and the maximum amount is $20,000. Moving on to 7.42, this is the nonprofit relief program. You'll notice that it's very similar to that of the Small Business Relief Program. Allocation is $1 million. Funds will be used to assist area nonprofits. Eligibility requirements prefer that the nonprofit is located within the city limits. But if a nonprofit is located within the county and offers services in the city limits, that nonprofit is eligible for assistance as well. We have churches and accredited schools that are also eligible under this. The reason we went for that is that these organizations fit the same definitions of a 501c3 as a normal 501c3 under the IRS 170A guidelines. Approved uses of the funds, reimbursement for the personal protective equipment that was used during the response, operating costs, lost revenue during the response, and a big one, these funds may not be used for debt relief. So it's only operational that they can use these funds. Organization, again, may not have received funding under the PPP program. CFWT will receive a 4% or a maximum of $40,000 for an administrative fee. Again, you'll notice very similar amounts. The minimum amount is $5,000 and the maximum amount is $20,000. And I was going to entertain any questions or concerns that you might have.
Okay, let's go back to let's start with housing. Okay, so this is item 736, council. This is the item that Mr. Howerton, that we've got this piece that does some clarification on it. Any questions on this one? We good? I know Ms. Patterson, you've been involved in this quite a bit. You're good with this? He's smiling. Okay, I think that's a yes. Looks like Mr. Chavez has a comment or a question.
Just a question. You said owner occupied.
Yes, sir.
That's when talk to me about owner occupied. Now, if I purchase a property, at which point can I make that a rental property? That's my question. Or can it?
It is the goal of the developer to make these owner-occupied, single-family residences. Once that transaction is made, we're kind of out of that. It's up to that developer and that current owner of that property, what they did with the property from then on.
Okay, so without the HOA, there's no way of monitoring
No,
or
sir.
enforcing?
No, sir.
Just want to make sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy?
Prior to the construction of a home, will there be any mechanics liens filed on that property? Here's what I'm worried about, Bill,
Yes, ma'am.
is you have a builder, you have an owner, he may have to get financing, I don't know. Financing requires land documentation. I
Yes,
want to be
ma'am.
sure that when they get those homes, that there's not some sort of title issue for them.
Yes, ma'am. We did discuss that with the developer, and those steps will be taken in the process
Okay,
in home closing.
okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go to your next one, small business relief. Okay, council. Any questions on item, this will be our 741 tonight on our consent agenda. Any questions on this one? Feel good about this. Very similar to a pretty similar model to what we used, I guess, 2 years ago, 18 months ago, roughly, right? Okay. Let's go to Ms. Patterson Harris, and then we'll go to, I think, Mr. Chavez after that.
I have a question about the process.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at some other agencies who had dollars and had an application process, and man, I tell you, it was really rough on folks needing help. So I know that we had a relatively simple process previously, and I just want to know if we're looking at that same type
We
of.
plan to mimic that process on this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chavez.
You mentioned debt relief cannot be used for debt relief.
Yes, sir. That's on the
Again, how do we
nonprofit.
monitor, what's in place to monitor that?
That will be the responsibility of SPAG and the, what is it, the name, Community Foundation of West Texas.
Okay.
They'll monitor that as they distribute the funding, and that's their responsibility.
That's what I wanted to hear. I didn't know how far we were going to be involved in it. We as the city.
We as a city will, the only responsibility we have, obviously, we'll monitor the program going forward to make sure that we're meeting the ARPA guidelines. But our responsibility is cutting the check and getting the funding out to the individual business owners or nonprofits.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, we good here, council? Okay, Bill, let's move to the nonprofit program. Council, questions on this one? A lot of similarities, different partner,
Yes, sir.
different fee arrangement with that partner, same minimum and maximum, same protection regarding the PPP in this case, and then same criteria around what it can be used for and what it
Yes, sir.
can't be used for, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
There's no minimum time of existence, like on the business. There's nothing to say that they have to be in operation or whatever for at least a year. What is there no criteria?
We did not place that stipulation on this
Okay.
one.
Okay.
As long as they have their 501c3 and they've
Okay.
been operating.
Gotcha.
But they would have had to, they couldn't have
They would,
opened their doors this year. They'd have to
correct, they would
operate.
have had been able to file last year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, something to show that.
Okay, Bill, I think that takes care of you, doesn't it? That's okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Brings up Ms. Witcher.
Good afternoon, Ms. Witcher.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're excited to have an agreement for your consideration tonight for the cultural and arts sectors of our community. that were negatively impacted by COVID-19. I only have one slide for you. So the agreement would be with Lubbock Experience, better known as the Lubbock Cultural Arts Foundation. They would receive a 5% administration fee for administering the program. That's $50,000 of the $1 million. They will develop, market, and administer the program for the city, and it's very similar to the last two that Bill just mentioned. LCAF will develop the application process. We have a meeting scheduled with Blue next week to make sure that we have all of the required information regarding the ARPA funds. And we will have an online, very easy online application process, and we will also have paper applications available. There are two programs. The Arts Business Grant Program will be available to entities. It could be a private business, nonprofit that has ties to the cultural and art sectors. And the maximum amount of that grant is $25,000. And then the Independent Artist Grant is available for both visual and performing artists. If they're a part-time artist, it would be $5,000. If they're a full-time artist, $10,000. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, go back if you would to to the details there. We'll open the floor for questions for Ms. Witcher. Ms. Joy.
How do you differentiate between part-time and full-time?
I believe that would be their financial IRS tax, help me out, their tax statements that you turn in. Yeah, their hours. I guess if they have a full-time job and then they're part-time, pardon? They'll submit through the application process their previous year's tax statements. I don't know. It's got to be hourly, I guess. If they're, do you know, Stacy?
You could look at sources of income. Don't you think that would be?
I don't know.
Mr. Atkinson?
Yeah, they will have to submit to the Cultural Arts Foundation the prior tax information, and you should be able to pick out if you've got additional sources of income. If you have more than one, you're looking most likely at a part-timer versus a full-time.
Right. I mean, we were looking at even instructors, let's say for Ballet Lubbock, or somebody who we have people that have full-time positions, but then might teach art classes at East Lubbock Art House. That person would be a part-time person that is involved in the arts community and could apply for that $5,000.
Ms. Witcher, is the Cultural Arts Foundation involved in helping the county with their distribution?
No, sir.
They're not. It's separate. That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, their application, I have not seen it. I have tried to, but we do have that information, and we will be looking at that. I know it's pretty tedious, 5 pages, I believe, and you can't go back on there. Anyway, our process will be different.
Easier, more user-friendly.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
If you logged in and you started entering the information and got a phone call or got called away, you can leave and come back to the website and pick right up where you left off.
You're suggesting that not everybody works that way. Is that?
That would be correct, sir.
Okay, just checking.
Can you double?
I'm a little slow. I just want to make sure that I got that. So, okay, let's go to Mr. Chidis, then we'll back to Ms. Joy. Juan?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Witcher, would dance companies, dance studios,
Absolutely.
they would be eligible for this?
Yes, sir. If they show the loss and you had to be in business, I believe, starting in 2019, and be able to show that loss of economic impact to COVID. Most of the arts sector, tourism, leisure, businesses were closed. They were kind of the first to close and the last to reopen. So as long as their financial documents that they submit show that loss of revenue, they would qualify.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Joy?
Since the county is accepting applications for a similar program.
Theirs is not earmarked for the arts and cultures. No, ma'am. Okay. It's a nonprofit. It's one application from what I can tell. I didn't put my name in. You have to submit information to even get into the application, but I know Civic Lubbock has been looking into it, so I was able to get some information from that nonprofit.
So someone could apply for both, I guess.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. All right. Might as well, they got it coming off of us.
Mr. Atkinson, do you have anything to add?
We will be coordinating with the county as this all goes through the first round of it, so that there's not duplication of benefit. We'll see where we end up, relative to the totals, but I think it was stated correctly. The county has allocated, I believe it is $5 million in the small business program, $5 million in the nonprofits. So I believe they've rolled this version up inside of their nonprofit, and we'll just have to see how it goes. We've said it many times, but I'll just remind those that may be listening. There's a deadline of December 31st, 2024 to say this is how we're going to spend $1, and then a deadline of December 31, 2026 for when you have to spend it. So in all of these that you've heard today, we will be watching as they move forward. If there's a need to come back to council for reallocation, to take dollars to a different category, we will do that well in advance of the 2024 deadlines.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Do we have, with either of these various programs, do we have any ideas to when we're going to kick that puppy out?
Yes, ma'am. I can speak to the arts and culture section. Stacy is working with a company for the website, and so their last training is June 2nd. She has to go through all of the training first. We also want to make sure, before we roll that application out, that we have all of the requirements that we would need to report back to the federal government at some point. We want to capture all that information from the subrecipients up front. So we're just double checking that application right now. I mean, at the latest, 6 to 8 weeks for the arts is what we're looking at.
What about the other two programs? Mr. Howerton?
I think I can speak to Bill. I believe his is a little faster because both the Community Foundation and SPAG already have those sites established. Would that be correct?
We'll do an announcement later this week, yes, ma'am.
We'll start heavily marketing as soon as we're able.
So I think that's the important part. We can have all the goodies in America. If we're not letting folks know that we have them, we'll be sitting there with a whole big old sack full.
Goodies.
So, thank you. Thank you.
Eric?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Witcher. Mr. Rahaniel?
Mayor, Council, good to be with you again. So we're going to touch on a few of the agreements for the job training that are coming up tonight. You're going to have items 7.38, 7.39, and 7.40. And the three agreements are related to the Talent Pipeline Management Program that we've been discussing. These are the first 3 of the 5 agreements that we've been working on that are coming before you. Just to recap on the project and the program that we're looking at medical field scholarships for our major institutions. We'll touch on the amounts for each here in a little bit. But we're looking at structuring this very similar to the program that the Chamber of Commerce and LEDA have previously administered. It's a proven program, and we're basically continuing that in a very similar format. We're looking at $2,000 scholarships per student for tuition and fees. Applications would be accepted by LEDA. They would be assessed by LEDA. They're going to verify enrollment, make sure that they qualify. They'll be on a first-come, first-served basis. LEDA will then issue those recommendations to the city of Lubbock. And from there, we will issue checks directly to the institution. One thing I want to note is that funding will never actually hit the student's personal checking accounts. It's going to go to the school. From the school, it's going to go directly to the student's account at the school. Any funds not utilized for tuition and fees would then be reimbursed to the city of Lubbock. We don't anticipate that will happen, but nonetheless, there will be no disbursement of any of the ARPA funds directly to the student's checking account. It's going to go to their account at the actual school itself. This is not a all exhaustive list. There's several other programs out there, but these are kind of the main ones we've been looking at. But you're looking at medical assistants, patient care technicians, certified nursing assistants. Then you get into licensed vocational nurses, RNs. Then you get into the little bit higher level in bachelors of nursing as well as masters of nursing. There's a few other miscellaneous programs that the various schools have that are health science related that may be included, but those are kind of the main ones we've been discussing. As far as the funding for the first 3, now we've discussed a total of $1.3 million going towards funding approximately half of the students
between all 5 institutions. The first 3 agreements you have before you tonight, you got Lubbock Christian University, which last year they had a total of 150 students related to the health sciences, proposing to fund up to half of those students at $150,000. Then you had the Covenant School of Nursing, which it goes beyond just nursing. They also have other health sciences programs through the School of Nursing, but you're looking at 223 health science students there last year, proposing to fund 112 there at $224,000. And the last one for this evening would be Wayland Baptist University. They had 120, and we're proposing to fund 60 of those at $120,000, with for a total of $494,000. We are working, kind of tweaking the agreement and going a little bit back and forth and working through negotiations on South Plains College and the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. We anticipate having those to you soon. But those other 2 agreements would take us to that $1.3 million. But those are the first 3. Any questions on those?
Thank you for that summary, Eric. Council, questions on this? Just a comment. I like the fact that we're touching workers at where they may be in their career. I mean, a CNA or sort of as well as someone who's LVN that wants to be an RN, or RN that wants to get his or her BSN. I mean, I think I like the idea that we're talking about workforce.
Right.
It's the entire the pipeline. But I think it's valuable in that regard. So
yes, sir.
I appreciate the efforts there.
And we are continuing to work on the licensed trades, the life skills, as well as the child care piece of it. And we're getting ready to start taking some of those to agreement. So.
Thank you. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of build on how important this is, an article came out Friday published by the Texas Controller.
Yeah.
Very, very lengthy article about the nursing shortage in Texas in general, and just the stat that really jumped out and hit me, Texas as a state is the 4th lowest state in terms of nurses per capita in the country. Wow. So according to the Controller's article, Texas averages 9.25 nurses, and that's nurses of all category of licensure. Actually, that article goes all the way up to the nurse anesthetist. So 9.25 licensed nurses per 1,000 population. The national average is 12 per 1,000 population. And to get into the top 5 states, you're up around 15 per 1,000. So we know it's a shortage here. It's a shortage statewide. I think putting these dollars towards this program, because these institutions have access to other dollars as well. The whole goal of this is to go fast, but it's to get more than what they were able to do the year before. The problem should not be that students can't afford to get into this. So it's a good program.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Ms. Joy?
Will these scholarships be available this summer, this fall? What are your thoughts?
I would not rule out the summer, but we're going to work with each individual institution. The big thing in the logistical part of this that we're working through on the funding side, and part of the reason the larger institutions taking a little longer to get there in the agreement, is we want to make sure that the ARPA dollars hit the student's account first before the federal Pell Grants, before other scholarships, so those are the first dollars out. So kind of working on a timeline there. I anticipate we're going to be looking more at the fall. Any remaining funding, I think, would be exhausted in the spring. If we're able to pull something off with one of these earlier institutions for the summer, we will, but we've been really primarily focusing on the fall and spring.
Ms. Patterson-Harris?
I'm sorry to be so talkative, but so we're still waiting to complete the things that we need to with an agreement between Texas Tech and you said South Plains?
South Plains College, yes,
Because
ma'am.
I think that's exactly through the South Plains pieces where we're going to get some of those individuals starting out wanting to do the CNA and maybe work their way up. I just want to make sure that we reach them. How will the institutions determine who gets these scholarships or who gets the grant funding here? Is there a certain criteria? Are there students that meet a certain financial income bracket or what? Help me.
So we're going to rely very heavily on the institutions to basically just help advertise it and market it. What we're looking at right now is just simply doing it on a first-come, first-served basis. Now, one thing that the prior program, and we'd like to continue it for this one, so it'll state it on the application. You know, obviously, now most of those health science jobs are in Lubbock, but we are asking that these students, and they're going to school in one of the 5 institutions, we are asking that these students agree on the application that they intend to stay in West Texas and work in the area. But it's going to be on a first come, first served basis to answer your question. But we've talked about marketing it to the different programs. We're just going to have to rely very heavily on each particular dean or instructor at that point.
Because I know those students who are really in need, those ones that are at risk for moneying out, we don't want to miss them. Because that's the reason I asked the question. Because that was the whole purpose of me being totally behind it. Because I know the students that really want to and don't have the means. So, but we'll just have to rely on the schools.
Exactly. And we'll rely very heavily on the financial aid office for each of those institutions for that. To
Thank
make sure
you.
that the word gets out to those students.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Christian.
You mentioned something about asking them if they were going to stay around after they got through with their education. Is there anything that we can bind them to that? I know that there's been, I've heard of other programs where if they receive money from a institute or a healthcare institution, that they will spend at least 2 to however many years that agreement states within that market. And I was just curious if there's anything that we can tighten that up, or it's not possible. Just
we have worked on that a little bit. That's going to be kind of a different piece aside from the city. Once those dollars are expended on the appropriate tuition and fees, we're at that point, we've met our obligation. In talking to several of the private providers that hire these folks, our program really complements what they're doing. They indicated, one of them in particular indicated that if they can keep a health science professional in their organization for a period of 7 years, at that point they tend to be what they call lifers. And so they have they're working on the private sector, in hiring these folks, they're working on programs to retain these individuals where perhaps you'll see a higher escalation of pay in that first 7 years, and after that it may, maybe not be quite as drastic. So there are maybe not our program, but there are the actual folks hiring these folks are working on that, because that retention is an issue. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Christian. Eric, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good work. Okay, Mr. Atkinson, I think that takes care of those presentations. We'll now shift over to talking about parks. Is that right? Okay, Mr. Van Gundy. We have a
There we go. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to come to you today to speak about ARPA funding for Parks and Recreation. If you recall, at the last council meeting, council set a committee of council members to discuss this, and so that committee has met twice. And so I'm going to review and go through the recommendations that was presented to that committee. To start off, the original project was a $6 million task, and what would we do with $6 million? One of the things, as we started working through with the committee, they asked, if we added an additional $1 million, what would that look like? And so when you look at our numbers here, it's going to be the $7 million. I do want to show that the $400,000 of that $7.4 million is $400,000 that is in a parks project with parks unimproved roads. That has not been allocated yet. And so I can let Mr. Atkinson expand on that if we need to, if you have any questions on that additional $400,000. So listed here are the projects that we came through, and I'm going to get into detail of those in the slides behind it. We're asking for $1.2 million to be for walking trails. $1 million for playgrounds, with an additional $1 million for additional amenities to the playgrounds the parks that these new playgrounds go into. And so you'll have the playground apparatus, and then you'll have the amenities would be the benches, the picnic tables, barbecue pits, and so forth that we would put with those playgrounds to help with the park in general.
So is that 1.1 or is that?
It would be a total of 1.1, yes. Okay. I just wanted to break that down because what I wanted to show was the additional $1 million and that we requested from the committee to look through. And so that would be, a portion of that's the $100,000. And then when I get into the park restroom and renovations, that's where the $1 million of what was requested from staff to go and find an additional fund, projects that would fit within that $1 million project cost.
on the existing playground?
No, ma'am. When I go in through the playgrounds portion, it'll help explain it. Then we have Cattails and Dredging at 1.9. We have the pickleball facility at 1.5. May Simmons parking lot and Lake Six Dunbar restroom at $500,000. At the Tom Martin Youth Sports Complex, lighting of the junior league field, and then park restroom renovations and replacements. And so I'll get into each one of those here. So with the walking trails, what we are proposing is 12 additional walking trails in our park system that we would put 2 in each district. Listed are the parks that we're suggesting. That adding these 12 additional parks will increase us to 70% of our total parks that are eligible for a walking trail would be. And so we'd be about 70% of our total parks. And I'm not including our small parks like outside of the Lubbock Adult Activity Center that's just a small green strip or Burl Huffman or 1585. And so when I give you that 70% number, those are the ones that I'm excluding. Here's where we get into the playgrounds. As you recall, we are funded to do 4 playgrounds this current year in our budget, and so we looked at 5 additional playgrounds or new playgrounds to come, and we looked at those at Cook, Crow, Davis, Higginbotham, and Mahon. One of the things that we did take into account, we took this off of our playground inspection list, but we did take into account that we have not developed the policy that we're going to be using when a playground is adjacent to a school. And so we excluded those playgrounds and only went with parks that we knew were not next to a school, but were on our list in that ranking order. And so that's how we got to that number there. And so then we would take the additional $100,000 that I explained to you in amenities, and we would add replacement and additions of benches, picnic tables, and barbecue pits in those 5 playgrounds. Very similar to what we were doing with Aslan this year, where we replaced the playground, but we also used some of our CIP money and amenities to add to that park as we're going along. Does that help explain the additional, Ms. Joy? Okay. And I think it's worth noting that if this is approved, for this city to do 9 playgrounds in a year is amazing. And that is a very good accomplishment that we ought to applaud ourselves for. The next one is $1.9 million in cattail and dredging cleanup. This number was very shocking to me when we had GIS take a look at the total amount of cattail, what that square footage is, and we came up with 1.4 million square foot of cattails, and an invasive species. And so this is, I'm definitely not the person to talk to you about water quality or flow or anything of that nature, but as far as from a park standpoint, it does put some limitations on what we can do and the attractiveness of it. So
talk a little bit, we may have to refer to our cattail expert, Mr. Atkinson. So this would be removal of cattails?
Yes, sir.
And dredging?
Potentially, yes. I'll let Mr. Atkinson take this one.
We'll get to you about prairie dogs later, but let's just stick right now to cattails and dredging.
Thank you, Mayor. Colby and his team have a preliminary quote, it's not a bid, that's going to take the cattail portion of this, let's call it give or take $1 million. We're accumulating all of the data we can find from the original construction of the canyon lakes so that we can get a sense of, what's still left in capacity and what's not. We also believe there's an opportunity from one of the enterprise funds. This is a stormwater management system, and it doesn't hold the water that it's supposed to hold. With some of the recent efforts around Lake 7, around Loprino, these are portions of your future water supply. So as we go forward in the budget this summer, we'll be looking at taking what would be left from the money that's requested here, the 1.9, and what we may be able to add from others. We've also reached out, and one engineering firm currently has a dredging contractor on a general, kind of an open source contract. When we finish our very rudimentary analysis of what's going on in those dams, we're going to see if we can get them in here to take a look and give us some wild thoughts. There's not a lot of dredging knowledge available here.
In our market. I would encourage you to think about the IIJI, the Federal Infrastructure Act too. There's a lot of grant, so not the allocated dollars, but there's grants. And there was in the news clips today, Austin got another $9 million for work they're doing, watershed work they're doing that runs right through the center, just west of the interstate through the center of town. But the meeting, I was briefed last week in a meeting, and they talked quite a bit about some of those opportunities. We need to think about that also.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And this would be eradication of these cattails to the best we can?
It's physical removal of them. We'll just have to stay ahead of them in the future. Remember, we've tried several methods over the last 5 years. Physically pulling them out, digging them out seems to work really well. Some of the other methods have not been successful.
Okay. Any other questions on cattails or dredging? Mr. Chavez has some questions about this.
Okay, looking at the slides that are here, the left quadrant is an overhead view of the right quadrant? No?
No, that's just for illustration purposes as far as being able to show what the top is and then what the cattail, how they're invading. So no, sir.
Okay, so looking at the upper quadrant on the left side.
Yes, sir.
Are we looking at, I think you said total removal of cattails?
To the extent that we can. We won't be able to reach them all. The one in the top left corner, that's over at the corner of Erskine and Cesar Chavez.
Yes.
That's where that one is. The one right below it is one that is really, we need to get to very quickly. So that is just immediately south of Joyland. So right to the north of it would be the Marcia Sharp. The creek's right there. It makes that huge U shape and comes back. This is where we continually have flooding events. And when it starts to flood, what you can see on that screen, it goes all the way back around and back across the end of the golf course and over to Joyland and carries through. I think the top right one, is that looking back towards Lake 3?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
looking
bottom one
back
is
towards
on-
Lake 3 on that
Those are
one?
correct.
Okay.
And that leads me, Mackenzie Park, does Meadowbrook, are they pulling money out of their pocket to help out with this?
We've not asked them to do that. Most of this part of the creek is,
It's on us?
it doesn't play through the golf course. This is all on the southern end of the holes.
But, okay, just, I had to ask.
It's a good thought.
I'm all in favor, I mean, we've got to improve the flow all the way to potentially number 7.
Yes.
But that's something that needs to be done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Van Gundy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Christian?
Yeah, we talked about the flow, and we've talked about this in our subcommittee a little bit, but talk to me a little bit about, are there potential recreational expansions of recreation within this system when we get all these cattails out? And is Animal Services ever going to get involved in this project at all, Mr. Atkinson? I had to do that one, sorry.
I knew the prairie dogs would come up.
But we have talked about recreational benefits when all this is
Yes, sir.
cleaned
As
up.
you recall, our master plan process is calling for a Canyon Lakes master plan. And so we are working with our consultant to look at waterways, potential blueways all the way through. We understand that that's there's some limitations there. There may be some porging along, but yes, for definitely sakes, we're looking at the ability, these cattails, they're invasives and they'll continue to grow. And so the more they are, they're going to continue to choke out the potential for recreational opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Joy?
Mr. Van Gundy, would you do me a favor when you get ready to start pulling these cattails out? Take before and after pictures for us so we can really see. They are very invasive. My guess is somebody probably brought them in here intentionally thinking, wouldn't that be neat? But they're not. The other thing, if you'll back up to the parks where you're going to put the parking trails, Smith Park is not just Smith Park. That's a park named after Governor Preston Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know everybody's forgotten this, but last year we had so much rain that the grass got so high that we couldn't cut it. And that was one of the parks that we couldn't get it cut. But that is Governor Smith's named park.
Yes, ma'am.
So
We'll
I
make sure to
think
note
that's
that.
that's special.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Atkinson, this proposed allocation to dredging would likely just be a start on our needs to dredge. My understanding is that none of our lakes have been dredged since the canyon lakes were created in the mid-'70s.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so I know that we've looked at Lake 6 in particular and looked at the silt buildup and the runoff buildup there, but we feel like we've lost a significant portion of the original capacity of that lake. Is that true?
That is correct.
I would hope that by being able to take advantage of some of these special dollars, that going forward, the council would find a way to set aside some dredging funds for a few years to allow us to get these things dredged. We need to do that. Your point about stormwater is well made, and there's probably a number of ways to get at it, but it needs to happen. If not, we're going to look up someday and really have a problem. Cattails or not, the dredging needs to happen.
Yes.
Yeah, they will help. Anything else before we let Mr. Van Gundy? Okay, you didn't think you were going to talk that long about cattails, did you, Kobe?
I figured I might.
Okay, let's go to pickleball.
So pickleball, we're asking for 1.5 million. I want to kind of walk through this project. We've got a couple of different things there. On the very bottom for what we're proposing is to be able to use $316,260 for A&E to build this out as a phased project. The ARPA money will not allow us to do the indoor portion of a pickleball facility or a basketball facility. And so what we're proposing is us doing with the ARPA monies, the outdoor courts and, substitute amenities that are needed, parking, potential restroom at that. Design it in that way, then allow the Pickleball Association, who has registered as a 501(c), let them potentially come up with the phase 2 portion of the dollars that could take care of the indoor and the additional things to that nature. And so the money for the $316,000, if you will recall, there was $260,260 that was allocated in a CIP for parks that was for pickleball at the Burgess Rushing Tennis Center, which that project we did put on hold. And so we're wanting to move that money over. And then the additional remaining money is $56,000 from the McAllister Park Planning and Improvements. That was brought in by Market Lubbock. Mr. Christian got that, and we used $44,000 of that for the master plan process of McAllister. And so we did reach out to Mr. Osborne, and he was very supportive of using that. Felt this was very appropriate for those dollar figures, and so that's where you get to the 316 number.
If we were to move forward on this, you've got those dollars allocated, you can get moving on your A&E.
Yes, sir. If this is approved, we will start developing the request for qualifications and the procedures to start looking at A&E for this facility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. How many courts do you think that 1.5 will get you?
I'm hoping for 8 to 10. I think that the goal of the pickleball groups to be able to be certified with the National Pickleball Association is that we have to get to 16. So anywhere we can get above that 16 number, I think is good. Really going to have to see where the construction costs and things come out with the other amenities, because we will need to add a parking lot. There will be, I would not assume that, I would assume that there's going to be a bathroom, there's a need for the bathroom, but we can't build indoors. And so we would build a bathroom very similar to at the dog park that we could utilize for the time being for the pickleball facility, but it would also make sense for the park in general as an amenity in that. And so I'm hoping around 8 to 10.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank this council for being patient on the original amount that the 260,000 that you brought up that we have actually been setting on.
Yeah, it was in the 2021 budget, I think, for the first time. Yeah.
So I appreciate that. To me, that's a perfect opportunity now to, instead of Band-Aiding the Burgess Rushing campus, I think this is fantastic, and I appreciate what you've done on it. I appreciate the subcommittee's work on this component especially, because I know not just the group in the audience, but many folks across this community have been waiting on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Christian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, this is another great addition to McAllister, but I also want to emphasize the fact that I think that this is another example of public-private partnerships that we've talked about that has to happen for us to have not only pickleball courts, but other amenities in all of our parks. I've met several times with the pickleball group, and I have every confidence that they'll come through and they'll be bringing money to the table for us to go move forward with Phase 2. But I do want to just say one thing just emphasize one thing that you said a minute ago, that the ARPA money has to be used for outdoor courts. So that's a good start, but I think that as we move forward and you see a master plan for this project, it's something that will not only be beneficial to everyone that wants to get a little exercise, but also a great potential for bringing some significant pickleball tournaments to our city that will put heads in beds and will be a great feature for us, not only, as I said, for our citizens, but also to bring visitors to our community as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Joy?
Does the 16 that you mentioned that the national group would require, does that include other pickleball courts that are in the city of Lubbock or not, in addition to these?
I would imagine so, but I can't speak for sure.
Okay. I don't know how many others there are. I know some are indoor, some are outdoor.
They probably have to be contiguous. Don't they have to all be campus, one location?
If you draw these national, or make a regional and national, you need to have them all in one configuration.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
If you look, if you really get out and look at what's going on around the country, that's what's popping up right now is 16 to 24 courts. And it is bringing in lots of beds and heads. Heads and beds, however you said.
Mr. Van Gundy, I don't want citizens to be confused. This is not a rendering of any sort.
No, ma'am.
This is just for presentation today, because I think we've run into that in items before when we throw up a picture and people take that with them thinking that is what the situation is. Would you talk as to what this actually is, please?
This is a facility, there's multiple ones. This is a chicken and pickle facility. That's a private group that has pickleball facilities. I think there's one in San Antonio, one in Austin. I believe it started in the Kansas City area. And so it's, I would say, just as a quick thing, it's a pickleball Topgolf.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want citizens to be confused about what they're actually looking at.
Right.
Thank you.
It's a dream.
There you go. Y'all ready for me to move on?
Okay, anything else on pickleball? Mr. Childs?
I've got a question. I'm at ground zero when it comes to pickleball. What is the difference? Well, I'm sure there's a difference, the paddle, the court itself. Can pickleball be played on a regulation tennis court?
There are modifications where you can
Okay.
do that. Now, you cannot use this, the height of the net is different, and so you're not going to be going the same way if you had a net in front. And so the configuration of the court is different. You can make those work. There are modifications that are there, but you couldn't just go out and play pickleball on a tennis court that's not marked or doesn't have a proper net.
Has there been any conversations about the existing tennis courts being converted to a pickleball court?
The Burgess Rustin Tennis Center, that was expressly that we wanted to keep that as a tennis facility due to the fact of the amount of tournaments and the UIL events that we have at that facility. And so we felt like that we could utilize that as a temporary place that could be played. And the pickleball group has been great about of holding their eagerness to have dedicated courts, and they've been very good about using the temporary courts with tape and temporary nets and that thing. So I would not recommend at Burgess Rustin that we do that. I think that we have to keep that as a tennis center for the type of UIL events and those things that we bring in.
Let me rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Let's not talk about the tennis center.
Okay.
But other individual tennis courts throughout the city.
I think that is something that we could utilize in the same motion that those tennis courts are. So what I recommend is what I feel is you have the Burgess Rustin is like a Burl Huffman. It's your main athletic facility, and then you have neighborhood places that have tennis courts on them. The potential to maybe turn a couple of those courts into repaint them in different ways so that you could play pickleball potentially is there. It's not something that was brought up through this, but it's a very good idea.
Sure, and the reason I bring that up is because in my district, there's some tennis courts that are just absolutely not being used.
Correct.
The painting, the striping, the netting, I mean, they're just, if you wanted to play tennis on them, you couldn't.
Yes, sir.
So I was thinking if we're going to be putting money eventually into these tennis courts, we might consider making them a pickleball court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Ms. Joy.
I have attended volleyball tournaments that are inside of convention hotels, not hotels, but in the exhibition park. I can foresee, given the fact that the height of our exhibit hall here is, if it's good enough for a volleyball, it's certainly going to work for a pickleball. And the way they stripe those courts,
That's
they
a
just
very
use tape
interesting
and
idea.
put those nets up, and they will have going on and on and on. So for indoor purposes, let's don't forget
That's a great idea.
about those.
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon some of the interest we're getting up here, I think we may have some council members involved in pickleball before we know it. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. We do have need for an executive session, so we can work through this.
The next item on our recommendation list is May Simmons parking lot and Lake 6 restroom. And so you'll see a picture there of the proposed area of where the parking lot would go. One of the things that brought this project to the forefront is during the cross-country meets that Lubbock is very famous for. I ran here when I was in high school and in college 20-some years ago, and so it is a tremendous, one of the top cross-country courses in the state of Texas. And so, but during those events, and you have multiple that are during the week and then during the weekend, and they last from September through the first part of November, and so they're really clogging the neighborhoods with parking and those types of things. And so this would be to alleviate some of that congestion through the neighborhoods, especially during the cross-country meets. Now, by all means, it would be used for the pool and as an auxiliary spot for May Simmons, but the main purpose of that would help during the cross-country meets. The bathroom, in a sense, we do not have a particular location at this time. We're still going through to find out where sewer lines are, whether we need lift stations or not, but we will get back to you on the exact location of that bathroom.
All right.
Questions on that one?
Please continue.
The next one is the Junior League field. This is out of Tom Martin Youth Complex. baseball, as far as when they move age groups and sizes of fields, this age group, the 13 and 14, 15-year-olds they're kind of in that in-between stage. They're too big to play on the smaller fields. They're not quite big enough to get onto the high school or college fields, and then during the same time, those fields are being used by the high schools and freshmen all the way up to varsity and so forth. And so we really have a limited space that age group can have games at. And one of the issues is that at the complex, this was the only field of the 16 that was not lit, did not have lighting. And so it's really limiting to those teams in our youth associations to only be able to play one game a night, whereas in the other fields, they're able to put at least 2 games a night on them.
So we have junior fields at Maxey.
We have our Connie Mack Field, which is at McKenzie Park, and then we have the Trinity High School field that's at Clapp. Yeah.
What isn't that a junior? What's on the south side of Maxey? Is that not isn't there a junior field there?
Junior league field, yes, but it's only 5480. These turn into 6090.
Okay. And are those the ones at both McKenzie and Clapp, both, are they lit?
Yes.
They are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this would add a third full junior size lit field.
Yes, sir. And this has been a request from ever since I've gotten here. I know it's been a request prior to. It's just one of those that just hasn't ever made our budget to be able to do.
Okay, thank you. And this would be both for leagues as well as for tournaments.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Anything else on this one, council? All right, let's continue, please, Mr. Van Gundy.
And then the last one would be, this is the additional, part of the additional $1 million that we saw would be replacements and renovations of our 12 bathrooms that are in our standalone parks. And so wanted to give you kind of a look. We have 3 different styles of restrooms there. The Higginbotham and Aslan you can tell they were built about the same time. And then you have another group at McCullough that was built at the same time, and the McKenzie Park ones that are built. And so we have 3 distinct styles there. And so what we're requesting is a total replacement of the 5 that are shown there, which are some of our older ones that are in our worst shape. And then we would go through and renovate all of the other the remaining bathrooms in there with paint jobs, replacing any doors, amenities, dividers, any of those types of things that are there. Most of the ones that we saw as far as renovate, when I went out and looked at them, there was nothing real structurally wrong with them, except it was more appearance. Now the ones at Higginbotham and Aslan, it's
You
time.
sure you want to get rid of those?
We will follow council's direction.
Okay, council questions? It looks like Mr. Chavez has a comment.
Just a comment. I walked into the one at Aslan yesterday afternoon. Deplorable.
It's rough. It has no roof over the top of it, so trash blowing in. You're exactly right.
Open air.
You're too kind with the word you use. It's it's way past its time, and hopefully there'll be more than just one stall.
Yes, sir. What we would look at is very much like that's out that we just placed at McAllister Dog Park. Those concrete vault types of restrooms that are come in and just drop down in the spot, and we basically have to have electricity and water and sewer ready to go for them, which is going to be easy on this because we're already going to have the infrastructure in place. And so we may have to pour a pad, but it's not going to be a hard process.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Van Gundy, before we open it for more questions, I should have thanked Mr. Massengale, Ms. Patterson-Harris, Mr. Christian for their work. They met a couple times, I know, with you guys to work on this since we last met. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments you'd like to make on this, please?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. First, I just want to thank our group, Mr. Christian and Ms. Patterson-Harris. We got to quick work and had 2 very productive and thoughtful meetings regarding parks. Staff did a great job on this. We sent you off after the first meeting with lots of homework, and you came back and delivered and gave us the tools we needed to make decisions. I would just share with council that we considered a couple of things. One is the park suggestions that have been made at this dais as we discussed ARPA. Two, we took in consideration the work already done on the quality of amenities at our parks. We looked at those at of greatest need. And lastly, we really worked hard to make sure that we broadcast this money across the entire community, and I think that's the result you see here. And then, you know, the need for the additional million, we thought just gave us that much more improvements in our parks, and that'll put us at a level moving forward if we continue to invest, and we'll really have great parks, because everyone knows my stick on parks is the parks are about property values and quality of life, and I think they're important, and you know, we need to take care of what we have. So I'll kick it to my committee members from there.
But before you leave, one of the things I thought was interesting in the data was that the walking tracks, I understand why District 5 might not have as many, because it was developed later and before, when we weren't building parks in every section of land. But District 3 is way underrepresented with the walking tracks. What is there? Do you guys have any reason, any thought process on that?
Well, I think one is District 3 lost a walking track through redistricting. And so they just got the newest walking track.
That's right, we did, that's right.
And so
okay.
that's why you see,
Okay,
and so
that
it
makes-
moved,
okay.
it actually moved into District 4, but just FYI, District 3 got the newest walking track, but otherwise I can't explain that, but, you know, our contention is that you're bang for your buck on your walking track is they're used well, and they're used forever.
That's the number one item on our surveys of responses of our master plan is walking trails.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Christian.
Well, Mr. Mescal stole a little bit of thunder because I kept going back to the comment that as a group of council members, how many times have we heard somebody say, take care of what you got? And this is an unprecedented opportunity for us to take care of what we got. Thank goodness for the ARPA money. And I think that we did a good job of, as Mr. Mescal said, we kind of distributed the opportunities and the improvements across the city as best we could. And I think that this will really shock people when we get all of this stuff completed of what it's going to do to really rejuvenate and our parks. And we'll have I think we'll have a good argument in the future that we need to start including additional funding for our Parks and Recreation Department once these projects are done, because it is an important quality of life that I think has economic development issues and a lot of other, not issues, but involvement. But I think this is a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Let's hear from the third member of that trio, Ms. Patterson-Harris.
And I made it through. I just want to say that, you know, I think taking this opportunity to do these things, I think it gives members of the committee an opportunity to not have tunnel vision about what happens in this city, that we take a look at every need within whatever area of the city that there are and make sure that we touch those spaces for everybody, because at any given time, each council member can say, no, not them, me. But I think at these opportunities, we have to make sure that we don't just stay focused on one spot, that we begin to stretch out and look at every place that can stand and use some improvement. I think this is definitely an opportunity to do it. I also agree that we, from this point forward, fight hard, whoever are in these spaces, to make sure that we take care of the things that we have and specifically take care of those things that call themselves parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Van Gundy, will you go back to the one about the walking trails, because I want to clarify something. Whoops. Okay. The barcode on the bottom is what we have now, miles, and the one above is number.
Yes, ma'am.
So these proposed locations will change all of this,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay.
Is that included in these numbers? Is this current, or is this included?
That is what is there now.
Okay.
That's what's there
That is
now.
what's down. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
We have that I have a sheet that can show you the future, if you'd like
Oh, okay, yeah, I'd like to see that.
We'll make sure to get it to you.
District 6 should change, and hopefully maybe
We'll have
District 3.
100% of your possible trails through this.
Okay.
You'll have trails once this is complete with our.
Awesome, thank you.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
And I think it's important to look at the mileage, because while the mileage, there may be one park that has a long or huge walking trail, and then you may have 5 or 6 that have none. So I think that's something to also bear in mind. We look at the information, look at all of it.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Van Gundy, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Atkinson. Jarrett, you want to kick your summary sheet up?
Okay, council, familiar with this sheet? We'll point out you have 2 changes as you move towards the bottom of the placeholder list on the left. Homelessness, still italicized, that's on the agenda today for appropriation. Parks, now it's 7, it was at 6 when you saw this the last time. The budget amendment that is on your consent agenda today is written at 7. So if you choose to pass that budget amendment tonight, you'll have these placeholders all put together. We will likely, between now and your second read on the parks, go ahead and break that 7 down into those individual categories to allow Colby and his team to go ahead and get started on those. Draw your attention over to the right in the balance and contingency.
Mr. Atkinson, before we leave the 7 million, it was said, I think we saw 7.4, that the difference would be the dollars that
The 400 is already set up in capital.
already allocated and funded. Okay, just want to make sure that.
It just didn't have a name on it.
Perfect, okay.
So, correct, and maybe I'll state that better. It is a total of 7.4. The 400,000 is currently available to be used. This will set the 7 available.
Thank you. All right. You were on the right side. You were commenting on the right side when I interrupted you.
On the right side, balance and contingency. At your last meeting, that was 10.55, still with the comment of adjusting upward by the 3.5, that 3.5 being the county's participation in the joint public health district. We've had some very good feedback from the county. It's possible we'll have that coming forward to you on the 10th, and then this we'll go back and make a single number out of. I want to hold it out until we get it done.
Thank you. Okay, council questions, comments on Mr. Atkinson's total ledger here. Any questions about these items that are on our consent agenda this evening? No, just something related to this or related to the consent, because that's what I think we got the presentation from staff and this also. Ms. Joy.
Well, I want to talk about public safety improvements. And because it is part of our ARPA discussion. I think at our last meeting, we pretty much utilized all the ARPA that we could use either for police and or fire. Is that correct? We maxed those out. I woke up Sunday morning, and my routine is one of the first things I do is read the paper. And I saw this headline in an op-ed. Looming threats to public safety. I've been sitting on this dais now for 10 years. I may be one of those career political people. I don't think so, but some people might. That was the most negative written opinion I think I've ever seen. And it is not true. And we can count off all that we have done as a council, all of this group, for the fire department. And this wasn't written by Chief Fogerson. It was written by the Fire Association, who, by the way, is a union. I do not mind people pointing out areas where you can improve. But I do not approve of opinions where you do not talk about all that's been done for the fire department, its members, the responders. And this article didn't do that. Took a lot of credit for things that we had done. We have a new fire station planned at 146th in Indiana. One of the reasons that our insurance rating is high is because we have continued to build those fire stations because they have to be located within a certain time or distance of where our citizens live. So if anybody wants to talk about Lubbock Fire Rescue, let's talk about the positive points, the things that have happened that have been made possible by this council. And do not mislead the public with such headings as looming threats to public safety. That is misleading, it is inaccurate, and it should never have been put anywhere by anyone who works for the police association. Fire association, I'm sorry. And this is probably not the last you're going to hear about it. We included, with our ARPA funds, a lot of projects that we wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. And we asked the fire chief to bring those to us, and he did. We asked the police chief to bring those to us, and he did. And it was a one-time opportunity. But let's don't forget the other actions that we've taken in order to protect the citizens of Lubbock.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Christian.
I applaud Ms. Joy for bringing this article, this opinion piece to this table in this room. I was appalled, probably as much or more than Ms. Joy. I think I've been in the communications business all my life, and I think it's ironic that that headline was be categorized as a hairs on fire headline. It didn't do any good except convince people there may be something that we've missed, but we certainly haven't missed, in my opinion, in regards to requests from Lubbock Fire Rescue, including, I think, was it $1 million or close to for a multi-story training burn house facilities.
More than $1 million.
I'd hope we never see a headline like that again, just to try to make some points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. In my 8 years, I don't know that I don't ever remember voting against anything that the fire department has brought forth. I, too, am disappointed in the opinion piece in the newspaper. That obviously was not done by our fire administration. That same organization in 2015 invited me to a lunch at a fire station and recorded me without letting me know about it. And the public needs to know about that. That's inaccurate. To do what we do for this community is very important. Fire safety, I applaud our firefighters. But that's not the way to do business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay, that concludes our discussion on ARPA, and it concludes our our work session. Council, let's go through our pools for tonight, if you would. We've got a number of them, so stick with me if you would for just a minute. If I've got these correctly, our pools are 7-4, 7-17, and 7-18. You got an email about these. I mean, I'm double checking with you, Ms. Patterson Harris.
Okay.
7-4, 7-17, and 7-18. Those are connected, I believe. 7-27 and 7-28. Those are not connected. They just have to be back to back. 7-36, which we've already been briefed on tonight. That's basically just to allow us to take the change that Mr. Howerton mentioned. And then finally, 7-43. Is that it, Mr. Atkinson? Is that correct? I missed one?
If I could, Mayor, I may have missed one. Councilmember Joy, you and I talked, did we decide to leave 7-5 as a poll, the true up and the adjustment for Lita?
I thought we took that off.
No, we took that one
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
off. 7-4.
That was on the original list, but okay, all right. So 7-4, 7-17, 7-18, 7-27, 7-28, 7-36, 7-43. Mr. Griffith, do you have a question? Okay. That's the last one, yes. Okay. All right, and I'm sorry, I thought you guys all got that email. I guess I got that email. Y'all you don't get that. Well, we normally have a sheet up here that oh, then Mr. Atkinson has the sheet. Yeah, I was wondering, yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Why don't you wait and get those on the 10th, okay? Well, yeah. All right, the City Council will hold executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreement and hold consultation with attorney under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate or real property, under section 551.072 of that Texas Government Code. And finally, to discuss personnel matters under section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. It is 3:52. Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Good afternoon. It's 4:53. Lubbock City Council has returned from executive session. We are glad you're with us this evening. We will start with our ceremonial items before beginning our regular meeting. If you'll do me the favor of silencing your cell phones, please. We'll begin tonight with our invocation, followed by the pledges led by the Mayor Pro Tem. So special treat tonight for me is Monsignor David Cruz, a Lubbock native who served our community in several Catholic parishes and also works at the diocese. But more importantly, he's been involved in the community in a lot of ways. And most important to me is my dear friend is opening us with a word of prayer. So David, if you would come forward, everyone, if you'd please stand.
Loving and merciful God, as we begin this council meeting, we call upon your help and guidance. We pray that you would guide those in civil authority to be humble and wise in their deliberations. We pray that with your loving arms you will embrace those in our city who are the most vulnerable, especially the poor and underserved. Help us always remember that we will have found Christ when we are concerned with the sufferings of others and not our own. In the words of the prophet Micah, may we strive to love others with tenderness. May we work on behalf of justice. And may we walk humbly with you, our God. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Please join us in the pledges to the United States and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much, David. We appreciate you being here tonight. Okay, we've got two special recognitions tonight. Mayor Pro Tem Massengale is going to lead a recognition for our Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force. Steve, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, let's start with anyone who is on alert. If you'd please come up. Robert, if you'd join me up here, please. So anyone that is here that served on the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force, and it looks like we've got probably not half of that group, but I'm grateful for those of you who could be here. I've got a well scripted comments here, but I just want to make a few comments and then let Robert say a couple of things. But it seems like years since 2020, and as we as a community entered the pandemic, I can just tell you from my perspective, we've certainly had no idea what we were dealing with at the time, but at the forefront of our minds was to keep our community safe. And when it had an impact on business, I think I can just tell you I was shocked, but we knew that how important it was to get our businesses back open. And so that's when we called on this group. That was a period of time in my mind that seems a little foggy now. It almost seems like a movie where, it gets dark. City Hall was dark. It was just a strange time. And I hope as a community we never have to deal with it again. But these people here, and we're not all here, but the people we called on to serve this community, to find a plan that we could reopen and conduct commerce safely, I don't think we could have had a better group. And it was strange because we had to meet on Zoom all the time, and I'm so grateful that we're here in person today. But at the end of the day, I think we did it better than anyone in the state. As a matter of fact, I remember sharing some of the things with Governor Abbott, and he was very impressed with our Lubbock Safe program. And when it came back down to opening after the governor had shut us down, quite frankly, we were way ahead of the governor. Had he handed the keys back to us, I think we would have gotten this community open in a responsible manner. So before I read this special recognition, I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Robert, to make any comments.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Steve said it all, really, except I don't agree with him on the part about the movie. I don't think we need to make a movie out of this. I'm just saying. But I do believe that we really did keep the focus of the health and well-being of our citizens forefront. And at the same time, how can we do that and protect small business, large businesses, protect all business and people's way of life? I think we did that in a way that really Lubbock, as well as a lot of the state of Texas, came back a lot quicker and did not do as much permanent damage to business that I've seen when visiting other states just recently that have had the issue. So I'm really proud of the committee we had. Everybody took it very seriously. I think we had all walks of life and all professions pretty much covered. I think the media did a great job in running a lot of our campaign ads. So I think we got to the people, we told our story. The citizens of Lubbock kind of rallied behind it and listened. The Lubbock Safe was a very popular emblem to put in your window. I think that worked well. It was really interesting. I don't care what you did and what anybody was a part of this pandemic. If you look for a playbook, there wasn't one. I just want to tell you there wasn't one. There may be next time, but we kind of invented it as we went. And I thought we came out with some good results considering what we had to work with. So thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Okay, if you'll indulge me, please. Special recognition from the City of Lubbock. Whereas the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force was created in April 2020 during extremely uncertain times and was given the immeasurable task to save lives and livelihoods as the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic impacted our community, a time during which very little was known about the virus. And whereas the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force is made up of volunteers from across the community with various backgrounds, but who all chose to serve at a moment's notice out of love for their community. The different backgrounds allow for committees such as the Get Lubbock Open, Medical, Communications, and Education committees within the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force to form. And whereas decisions and guidelines created by the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force help schools and businesses reopen, allowing for people to return to work while prioritizing health and safety. The Lubbock Safe program, unlike anything seen in the state, was thoughtful, innovative, effective, and transparent, and helped our local economy recover while keeping people safe during a time where there was no vaccine. And whereas members of the Lubbock Economic Recovery Task Force dedicated their time and expertise to the collective goal of saving lives, the task force worked to better communicate best practices and safety measures for COVID-19 while helping hospitals, businesses, schools, nonprofits, and the entire community understand and respond to the new pandemic. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the great city of Lubbock, do hereby recognize, alert, and thankful for all the members for their tremendous service and dedication to our great city and applaud them for stepping forward to make important decisions during a difficult time. It's dated today, the 26th of April, 2022. It's signed by the mayor and all the members of the city council. Robert, I'll give this one to you. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
Let's get a picture, okay?
Let's get in.
Thanks, let's get a picture. Thank you. All right.
Well, there we go.
Right there. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Massagill, and citizens, thank you so much for your effort. Those of you who might not recognize the guy in the red shirt right there, that's the gentleman formerly known as the CEO of the Lubbock Chamber of Commerce, Eddie McBride. He's grown a lot of whiskers. He doesn't look like, China didn't even recognize you. That's why I want people to know. Yeah.
That's the reason I'm looking like this, so y'all can't.
Okay, we have one more special recognition. We get to single out and recognize some employees tonight, which is always a great fun and great honor. So I think Ms. McCackern's going to do that. Jessica, come forward if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And let me get the two employees up here with me real quick. Tonight, I get to come before you doing one of my absolute favorite things, which is to recognize some outstanding work of some employees that we have. First up, I'm going to recognize Mr. Josh Flood. Josh is our construction services manager. He's been with the city for a number of years, and I asked that question last week, and then now I've already forgotten how many years you've been here.
Pushing 17.
17 years with the city of Lubbock. In case you don't remember, Josh and Diane Condren worked very well together recently to do the rewrite of our right-of-way management ordinance, which has been very, very good for the city of Lubbock. Through that process, I think Josh was recognized at a state level and by many of his peers for his work on that endeavor. And so he was recently nominated and elected to serve on the Damage Prevention Council of Texas Board of Directors. That organization is a statewide organization that focuses on preventing damage and protecting your underground utilities in the state of Texas. I am extremely proud of his work and the recognition by his peers to serve on that state level board. In addition to Josh, we do have a number of employees that serve on both state level and national level organizations. And I think that just demonstrates that we have high quality employees that are leading the way in their professional fields. So please join me in recognizing and thanking Mr. Josh Flood. Stay right here. The next one that I get to recognize is Mr. Mike Keenum. You all know Mike very well. He is our city engineer and director of our engineering department. Mike was also nominated by his peers and selected as the Engineer of the Year for the South Plains chapter of the Texas Society of Professional Engineers. I think any time that you are recognized by your peers for the outstanding work that you do, it is an incredible honor. In that particular recognition, it is both for your work in the field and the outstanding contribution that you give, but it is also for your outside endeavors and what you give back to your community. So it's both your volunteer organizations, your activity with your family, with your church, all of those kinds of things. Mike is a true leader here in the community of Lubbock, and we are so appreciative of him. The other really cool thing, this is his plaque from the chapter award. The other really neat thing about this is because he is the chapter engineer of the year, he now goes in the running to be considered for engineer of the year for the entire state of Texas in the Texas Society of Professional Engineers. So we're still waiting to hear on that one, and I'm confident that we'll get it. But please join me as well in recognizing and thanking Mr. Mike Keenum.
Count of three, please. 1, 2, 3. One more, please. Thank you.
That's a bunch of employees right there that they know the ropes. You see how quickly they ducked and ran? Yeah. No fools in that department. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Massagale, and Jessica, thank you for the employee recognition. All right, it's 5:08. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We're in our regularly scheduled second meeting of the month. Today is April the 26th, 2022. We're glad you're with us today, whether you're in the council chambers or joining us via City TV or the World Wide Web. We've got a full slate of business tonight, and that begins with citizen comments, which is item number 5 on tonight's agenda. Now, citizen comments, according to council rules, are limited to 3 minutes. Citizen must sign up before 5 p.m. They must comment on something that's on the agenda tonight. It's not just an open comment period. We'll give you a warning when you have 30 seconds remaining in your allotted time. We have 3 citizens here tonight to speak, and so I'll start with Mont McClendon. He's here to talk on item number 8-9. I'm going to give him a little time to come up. He's still a bit challenged. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
And he's on crutches. That's what I didn't say.
The crutches also, yes.
That's what a council member said.
Crutches are only part of my impediment.
Yeah.
No respect in this place.
That's all right. I get what I deserve.
Yes.
My name is Mark McClendon. I work at Maduga Companies. I work at 1500 Broadway and live at 16th and Salem. I rise to ask for support of item 8.9, which is the downtown parking master plan. For purposes of framing, I want to say to council that this is a policy document, much the way that downtown master plan update is a policy document. It will require further action from council and staff for implementation over time across departments and over time. So we're not, it's not written in stone or blood, but it is a useful document in that it does three particular things. It quantifies and takes a moment in time to look at where we are right now. It gives us a view into some of the efforts at citizen communication that we've done around parking downtown, and then it makes recommendations about parking downtown. I had the opportunity to listen during work session as we talked about the item, and most of the comments that came from up there found a home in my reading of the document. So, for example, Mr. Christian talked about walkability and the willingness of folks to walk. Well, streetscape improvements are in there. Also in there is enforcement things, which is the consultant says sometimes when you start enforcing, people get willing to walk a little farther. Mr. Chavez talked about public transportation and tying in with public transportation. That's an important part, and it finds its place in the plan, both in curb control and curb management, and also in event planning, and that's part of what that discussion was. Ms. Patterson-Harris's question about adjacencies and supply just out beyond downtown, I think was a really interesting point, because it made me think ultimately about both incentivizing and disincentivizing certain parking behaviors. Because while we may, in certain instances, want to encourage folks to park just beyond the envelope of downtown in the more intense or commercial areas, we may not want them to park in the neighborhoods just next to downtown. So we have tools to do both of those things. Part of the concerns that I heard Ms. Joy express were a concern about the granular need for input, because different parts of downtown are different. And I think it's well taken, her point, that the folks, the stakeholders that have an interest in parking in their part of downtown should have a voice in that, and not, the task force is an implementation part of that, as well as just having a quarterback at the city talk about downtown as a sounding board for that. So I think involvement at that level is an important part of that, and the task force speaks to that. But ultimately, Mr. Griffith brought me back around to my initial point, which was this is a policy document. He talked about we're implementing some of these things in ordinances. We've talked about zoning requirements and ratios and those things, and both before in the existing code and in the UDC. So it's a good example of how we're going to have to implement this over time. I'd urge you to support item 8.9.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Next to speak, also on item 8.9, is Larry Simmons. Evening, Mr. Simmons.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Larry Simmons, 4901 11th Street. I work and have had a business at 1824 Buddy Holly for quite some time. First of all, a very nice thanks to this council. It's been a real pleasure over the last few years, and I appreciate that. So the downtown master parking plan is something that we have needed for some time. We've had parking issues for quite some time. We've used parking as punishments in the past for certain types of businesses. We need to let that up now that we see how those things can be an economic boon to different neighborhoods. We see what is going on in downtown. I've been there a long time, and there are certain things that are going on that I'm extremely happy about. The return of some of the services, Tynert and the electrical contractor downtown, those are wonderful. But Ms. Joy was right. Every neighborhood has a different issue. One of the things that this study showed me, and I agreed with, is that the demand has not exceeded the capacity we have. I believe that part of the issue with parking downtown is perception. That's one of the biggest issues, but it's also the fact that we have not been able to change people's minds about parking at the front door. Everybody wants to park at their front door, no matter what business it is. That is part of a coordinated plan, but that's going to be a really tough issue. I do see the beginnings of some really nice things. I echo what Mont said, too, about the neighborhoods. I believe that a downtown parking task force could lead to a lot more cooperation between the neighborhoods that exist in downtown and the projects that exist in downtown. We have lacked that kind of a cohesive message and a cohesive direction. We all want to go forward, but we lack a cohesive direction amongst us all. I believe that being able to come to the table and identify what our parking situations are and come up with some of our own solutions is a step in the right direction for a really thriving future downtown. That's one of my fervent hopes. During the meeting when 8.9 comes up, I'll probably speak against it at that time. But right now, I do hope that you do pass it. It's a good policy document. The task force is good. The wayfinding, the identity of parking lots, because that starts to create an identity for a unified downtown. There's some really good things in this, and so I appreciate you all looking at it.
Thanks. Larry. Thank you, Larry. Okay, the final speaker tonight is Robert Taylor. Mr. Taylor is here to speak on item 728. Robert?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. First of all, thank you for acknowledging some great work done by the ALERT Committee. Committee members here and the ones that weren't here, I think a lot of them put in a lot of effort, and so I think it's well deserved, and I appreciate you doing that. I'm here to speak in favor of 728, which is license agreements with Lubbock Experience. It's to be the nonprofit organization to begin with, to play a role in the civic park, and going and seeing other civic parks. I think it might be better called an event park or an event center, outdoor event center, because it's really a gathering place for outdoor happenings for all citizens of Lubbock, as it is in many other cities that have done it this way. Lubbock Experience played a very similar, if not same, role in our tornado memorial, which was a successful project, and we used Lubbock Experience. So we have a little working relationship with them already, but they play an important role in the development and fundraising. It's also the next step necessary to continue on the path of providing this park for our citizens and the development of downtown. It's a critical part of that. It follows the downtown master plan that's been approved, that we're taking one step at a time, much like the parking is another step of that. The downtown investment seems to be responding to what we're doing downtown, and that's why I think it's a good investment for the city. We've already formed two committees, have two strong committee chairmen and strong committees that have started working, doing some preliminary work, ready to do the fundraising and to do the oversight, and forming a permanent 501c3 for all the development of the park and oversight and repair and maintenance. The TIF board is excited about this being our next step, and therefore they unanimously passed this and recommend this to the council for approval so we can move to the next step and develop downtown. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Okay, that concludes citizen comments. Our next item on our agenda is item 6. Those are minutes. The minutes from our March 22nd, 2022 regular city council meeting were included in this agenda package. They begin on page 20. Council, I'll open the floor for a motion to consider approving those minutes.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Council, are there additions, corrections, or questions for staff regarding those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the motion that accepts these minutes as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to the consent agenda. The consent agenda begins with item 7.1 on page 38. We may have hit a high water mark at this meeting. We have 57 items on the consent agenda. It's like a Heinz commercial. We have a few of those that have been pulled off for separate consideration. Just a reminder that consent agenda items are considered to be routine and are enacted by one motion without separate discussion. However, if a council member or members desire to discuss an item, it's taken off and we consider it separately. So tonight we have a number of pulls. Items 7.4, 7.17, 7.18, 7.27, 7.28, 7.36, and 7.43. Is that correct, Mr. Atkinson? Okay. So, council, with that being said, I'll turn to the Mayor Pro Tem. Steve, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those items that have been pulled?
Yes, Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 4, 17, 18, 27, 28, 36, and 43.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Massengale. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chidas, for that second. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 7.4, 7.17, 7.18, 7.27, 7.28, 7.36, and 7.43. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to item 7.4. It's on page 49. In order to begin discussion, is there a motion to consider? Move for approval. Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Wood, are you doing 7.4 or Cheryl?
Looks like I get it.
Looks like Mr. Franklin will do item 7.4.
Okay, so 7.4, Mr. Franklin, is a second reading regarding some road projects.
Correct.
I think you had a chance to talk to us about these previously, and we'll get you another chance to remind council what we're considering tonight.
Sure.
Take it away.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. What you have before you is a second read of a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2021 or 21-22 budget for the city of Lubbock. What this involves, it involves really two items or two line items. One is to establish a capital improvement project number 92760. This is our Avenue Q TAP, which is our Transportation Alternative Program. This provides $500,000 worth of funding in cash, and while it creates that capital project so that we can go ahead and participate in that project with TxDOT. What you'll see before you in the future at our May 10th council will be our advanced funding agreement with TxDOT on that coming forward. But what you have before you in this budget amendment is just the creation of that capital project by appropriating the $500,000 for that. Also, we have an amendment to capital improvement project number 92737, which is our 114th Street between Quaker and Quaker and Indiana Avenue, changing the funding source of $3 million from tax-supported revenue certificates of obligations to cash funding. And with that, I'll be able to answer any questions regarding the Avenue Q project, and we have your South Plains Chapter Professional Engineer of the Year, Mike Keenum, to answer 114th Street questions.
We have to refer to, is that how we're going to refer to him from now forward, you think?
You get the title. You earn the title. You get the.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franklin. Questions for Mr. Franklin or other members of staff? Ms. Joy?
I guess this is about 114th Street, Mr. Keenum, if this is your calling. I think it's important that people understand what this is and why the funding source changed. Can you explain that to us?
I can attempt to, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this was intended to be certificates of obligation, but because the bond election did not pass, then council is not allowed to issue debt on other roadway projects. And so this fell into that category, and so had to convert the funds from debt funding to cash funding on this. And this is also a federal match. So we're paying a 20%, federal is paying 80% on this one.
And how many calls do we get about this stretch of 114th Street?
All the time.
All the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. Well, and I think some people would go, well, you had $3 million in cash. A lot of that has been possible because of the sales tax increases that we've seen the last several months. That's made that possible in order to do that. So for those of you who are contacting everybody about 114th between Indiana and Quaker, it is going to get done. Now, what's the time?
So the anticipated start date of this one, TxDOT will be the ones that bid it out. They let it in July is our target. So July, August. We think we've got it approved by them to let in July. So to move it up this coming July, and then construction phase will be 1 to 2 years. And then also, just so you know, I think you're aware, the stretch of 114th from Slide to Quaker has been awarded, and construction will begin June 1st on that one.
Okay, so for those people who just thought it would never happen, it will, but it does take time.
Yes, ma'am.
But I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Any other further comments or questions on item 7.4? Thank you, Mr. Franklin. All right, Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve on second read item 7.4. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the same sign. Motion carries 7-0. All right, let's now move to item 7.18. It's on page, 7.17. It's on page 226. I believe we're going to get a briefing on 7.17 and 7.18 together. Is that correct, Mr. Keenum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get that briefing, then we may consider these together. But Mr. Keenum, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. These are just easement closures. So we've got water and sewer closures and drainage easement closure. This is associated with the Lubbock County Expo property. So it was platted prior to June 1st of 2021 to get ahead of the impact fee piece. And as they've progressed in their site plan, specific site plan, the easements are just being adjusted. The water line and sewer line shifted about 15 to 20 feet. And as they've done their cut and fill plan for the drainage, they will redefine and come back in with. So out with the old, in with the new. They're going to replace the existing, shown on this plat, the existing water and sewer easements with new water and sewer easements for their specific location. And same with the drainage easement will be more specific to what they've done with their approved cut and fill plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Keenum. Questions for Mr. Keenum?
Mr. Keenum, I've had lots of questions, people driving past, seeing work going on, dirt flying,
Yes, ma'am.
literally, as they move dirt around. What's the status, other than the fact that they're out there and have a permit to move dirt?
They are putting in the water and sewer infrastructure currently and moving some dirt, and we're still waiting on plans to be submitted. We have not seen final plans that I'm aware of yet.
Okay, and I think that's what people wanted to know, was what was the status.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
thank you.
I believe some of the dirt work out there is not related to this project. Also, it's related to a housing development that'll go directly north of this. In fact, I think most of the work that's going on is related to that. Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah, okay. Anything else for Mr. Keenum? Council, you okay with considering 7.17 and 7.18 together? I'll open the floor for a motion to that effect.
Move to approve 7:17 and 7:18.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve items 7.17 and 7.18. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed by that same sign? All right, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to item 7.27. This is on page 1080. We're not even out of the consent agenda. We're into 4 digits. Let's go ahead and get a briefing on this, and then we'll consider the item. Okay. Mr. Spear, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
All things water. Aubrey Spear, take it away.
Yes, this particular item has to do with a new interlocal wholesale wastewater contract with the Lubbock Reese Redevelopment Authority. Their current contract is expiring, and we need to enter into a new contract to continue serving them wastewater services that they've actually, since 2002, we've been supplying this service where they're discharging their wastewater into our system for treatment. And in 2018, City Council adopted a wholesale wastewater volume rate for these entities that are outside the city limits, that meet that criteria of a political subdivision that we can serve water and wastewater to. For several years prior to 2018, we already had adopted a water wholesale rate, which this was patterned after that rate to some extent. As you may recall, the water wholesale rate has a 1.5 multiplier, and whereas the wastewater multiplier for wholesale customers is 1.27. The ordinance indicates that once each of the four, we currently just have four wastewater contracts with wholesale customers, each one of the four customers, as they enter into new contracts, then this multiplier of 1.27 will become effective unless the City Council gives them an exemption from that. And shortly after the ordinance was adopted, about a month later, the Cooper ISD had theirs wastewater contract renewed, and they're on the 1.27 multiplier. In November of this last year, 2021, Texas Tech has a small classroom, the East Campus, just outside the city, as you may recall, and that classroom is considered a wholesale customer, and they are also on the 1.27 multiplier. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice is the Montford unit is the other wholesale customer that we have wastewater services with, and their contract will expire in October of 2022, this year, later on. And they will then be on the 1.27 multiplier. So with that, that gives you kind of a little background on this particular one. If you have questions, also want to point out that Mervette Musa, who's the executive director for the Lubbock Reese Redevelopment Authority, is here, if you have any questions for her as well.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. Mr. Atkinson, do you have a comment? Okay. Council questions for Mr. Spear?
So Aubrey, it would be, I think if I was to summarize, four entities fit this category. Two of those contracts have come up and are now consistent with our policy. This is the third, and we're considering tonight. And then the fourth would be the Montford unit later this year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the way it's written in our resolution tonight is to take this to the 1.27. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless you all decide otherwise, which would take an amendment to the ordinance.
Okay, just making certain that we had all that right. Okay. Council questions for Mr. Spear? Okay, Aubrey, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll open the floor, council, for a motion, begin consideration of 727. Thank you, Mr. Chad. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Okay, we got a motion and a second on the floor on 727. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 727, please say aye. 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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll go to item 728. It's on page 1104. This is the item that Mr. Taylor spoke about a little while ago. It appears that we're getting a handout on it right now. Before we get a motion on this, let's go to Ms. Girardi for some background. Brianna.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize for the substitution. I failed to include Exhibit A in your board packets, and so it is a map of the property that the license agreement refers to. I provided a copy of the license agreement with the exhibit. The license agreement has not changed from the copy that's in your board packet. I just gave you that as a convenience. Just wanted to make sure and add the map on Exhibit A. So that is the reason for that. The license agreement with Lubbock Experience, Inc. that you all are considering this evening is the next step in the development of our civic park at the former location of Lubbock Power and Light at 1301 Broadway. This agreement is between the City of Lubbock and Lubbock Experience, and it is a temporary lease agreement for the land where the future park will be. And as Mr. Taylor mentioned earlier today, this is a very similar agreement to what you all considered when we did the Tornado Memorial Project. Just as a note, this agreement will not be fully executed until the demolition of the existing structures is complete. As a reminder, you all approved that contract for demolition at your previous meeting this month on April the 12th. And we anticipate, I actually confirmed with Wes this afternoon, we should wrap up abatement on those structures tomorrow and are looking for an early to mid-May start on demolition. Once that is complete, we have a clean fenced-in site, then the land lease will be executed with Lubbock Experience for construction of the park. As you know, we have formed a citizens fundraising committee to raise the funding for the park. And you'll note in the license agreement that we will not begin construction until sufficient funding has been raised. The reason for the language of sufficient funding is because the park design is in a phased approach. So we will not begin construction until we have the funding for phase 1 raised and in hand. However, if we're able to raise more of that, then we will build what we can fundraise to build. Following the completion of the park construction, the license agreement will terminate, land will come back to the city, just like it did with the Tornado Memorial. The difference between this project and the Tornado Memorial project is when we took back the Tornado Memorial, it then became the City of Lubbock's Parks and Rec Department job to maintain. We are proposing a different structure for the future civic park. I believe you all are fairly familiar with the model used in Centennial Park in Midland. Mr. Taylor referenced it earlier today. But they created, during construction of their park, a new 501c3 entity, which is, they call their conservancy, their park conservancy. And once the park was complete, they actually took over a long-term, I believe theirs is a 40-year land lease agreement. And they are responsible for all of the maintenance, the security, the programming, and the oversight of park management. So the city in Midland still owns the land, but this newly formed entity oversees the long-term maintenance and management. We are proposing something similar in this case. We have also formed a citizens, what we're calling our oversight committee. They are working directly with our landscape architects throughout construction, design development. So they are making design decisions as we go along, but they will also be responsible for forming this future 501c3 nonprofit entity that will be the long-term manager of the civic park. So that's a little bit different from what we did with the Tornado Memorial. Just wanted to make that note. It is possible that once that entity is formed, we may want to amend the license agreement to make that transfer sooner. But because that entity does not exist today, it's not in the current license agreement that you're reviewing today. But did just want to note that the city will maintain ownership of the land, regardless of what entities is owning it at the time. We will always be the owner of the land. We will just be in lease agreements with a particular nonprofit. I did include that map. Again, apologies for not putting that in your original board packet. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Girardi. Questions for Brianna? Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Girardi,
Yes, sir.
if I understood this correctly, the citizens of Lubbock will not be held accountable for any of the maintenance. The 501c3 will be in charge of running operations and daily operation, correct?
Yes, sir. And what we're looking at right now, the fundraising committee, we're still working through, the pricing that we have for the civic park is pre-COVID inflation. And so we have not landed on our official fundraising number at this time, but we are planning to include an endowment and to fundraise above the cost of construction so that we have some seed money for long-term maintenance and things like that. And then, the Midland model, they are not built really to generate revenue. So that's a decision that the future entity will have to make. But they do rent their spaces. They have different opportunities for the park to generate a little bit of revenue to feed back into that organization.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Other questions, comments? Ms. Joy?
Mr. Rhodey, I have some questions. First of all, you keep using the word "we." I'm not sure who "we" is on some of this. Apparently, there's a group of citizens out there who have come together in order to create this park. Would that be an accurate statement? Because we're not talking about the city of Lubbock.
No, and we did, or I don't know what word to use besides we, but the CBD TIF board did work with this citizen group to form 2 different committees. There is a member of the TIF board on each of those committees, but the rest of them are citizens of Lubbock that have interest in this project.
Okay, and so had they already, this group of citizens, had they already formed their 501c3, we wouldn't need this step. Is that correct?
Possibly not. One of the benefits to utilizing Lubbock experience is for grant writing purposes. And so if the future nonprofit wanted to take on the fundraising component, then yes, that's true. But we've really looked at it so far from the standpoint of future maintenance and oversight. But yes, that could have been rolled into that entity.
And following up with Mr. Chavez, do want the citizens to understand that this license agreement, it's not a lease agreement, it's a license agreement between the city and Lubbock Experience, will go into effect once the demolition has been completed.
That is
correct? And that demolition is being paid by the TIF board, correct? That cost, that expense.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it's a little unusual and different than the tornado memorial in that once the demolition is completed and the construction is done, then that license agreement expires and it no longer exists. So we've got a little gap in there, comes back to the city, and then we need a 501c3 put into place so that they pick up there with the maintenance and operation. That's where I get a little nervous because this agreement is just between the city of Lubbock and Lubbock Experience. And then you've got this little gap.
Yes, and I don't want to commit anything to the future, but I do know that the Oversight Committee plans to have their 501c3 formed within this calendar year. So I would anticipate there's a pretty good chance of a future amendment where either that transfer happens seamlessly as soon as the license agreement expires, we execute immediately the new one with the new entity, if not before.
And what I understand is that this license agreement that's before us today with Lubbock Experience cannot be transferred to anyone without the city's consent, correct?
Yes.
So that's why this is going to terminate, and then it will require a new license agreement with the new 501c3.
Approved by the council.
Approved by the council. But other than that, no city dollars are going to be used in the construction of this event center, if you want to call it that, or the maintenance and operations going forward.
The council has not allocated any funding to this project at this time.
I understand we've not allocated, but the understanding that we have as we sit here today, which is not represented in this agreement, is that the city will not be participating in that will be a private citizen-driven project.
Correct.
Okay, I want everybody to understand that because we get all those questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Other comments, questions? I don't believe, to Ms. Joy's last question, Mr. Girardi, I don't believe there's ever been, we've taken a number of actions around this civic gathering place, park, whatever you want to call it. There has been discussions around funding. There's never been a policy position taken by the council about no city dollars going to it. It's just been discussed on the dais. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't remember taking action to that effect. Okay, all right.
But I will say, we have represented that to the citizens.
Okay, other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Girardi. Okay, council, open the floor for a motion to begin item 728.
Approval?
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Thank you, Mr. Maskill. We have a motion and a second to approve item 728. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Girardi. We'll move now to item 736. Item 736 is on page 1458. This item, you'll recognize, council, because we discussed it in work session today, and it needed to be amended from what was in our agenda. Correct? Isn't that correct? So, let's get a motion to consider this as amended, please. Ms. Patterson Harris? Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Council, is there any discussion? The reason this was pulled was just for that clerical cleanup. Is there discussion on this one?
Not necessarily discussion, but maybe, did we lose Mr. Howerton, or is he?
He's right here, front and center.
Just kind of give us a quick overview as to how we got to this place.
We talking about just the change or the
Just kind of a quick overview
quick
as to
overview
why.
of the project?
Yes, sir.
The project is a affordable housing project. It's going to be located just north of Estacada High School. Well, at the end of the project, we'll have 66 single-family residences. The funding that the city of Lubbock is putting in will go for the infrastructure, streets, utility work. Just like I said earlier today, this is very similar to what we did with King's Dominion. In that project as well, we brought in public dollars to do the infrastructure work, and then the developers came in with private funding to fund the rest of the program. The change that you're reviewing right now is just a change in the way that we are distributing the funds to MBE LLC. We're going to do half of the money up front, or not up front, but as soon as the infrastructure work is done and it's inspected and accepted by the city. The second round of funding will be $9,470 for each time a permit is issued for the first 33 homes. Once those 33 homes are completed and are ready for occupancy, we'll turn over that last bit of money to MBE.
Thank you, Mr. Howerton. Ms. Patterson Harris, any follow-up?
I like it.
You like it?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. Anything else for Mr. Howerton? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve the amended version of item 736. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, our final item on the consent agenda is item 743. It's on page 1623. Council, well, let's get a quick briefing on this from Ms. McCackern. Jessica?
Very quick briefing. You are already familiar with this. We've talked about this before. The closest veteran cemetery right now is in Abilene, Texas. And so there's a group of citizens, as well as our state legislatures, that are proposing to construct a new veteran cemetery, a state veteran cemetery here in the city of Lubbock. So the city of Lubbock owns quite a bit of land that is east of Loop 289 and north and south of East 50th Street. And we have proposed to commit the site outlined in red on this map here, which is about 100 acres, for the construction of a future veteran cemetery. The resolution before you is a commitment to an intent to commit this land, thank you, there we go, for that veteran cemetery. That intent is contingent upon the state of Texas acting through the Texas Veterans Land Board to approve and construct that cemetery at this location. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. McCackern. Mr. Massagill, you want to give a little more background on this, please?
Sure, Ms. McCackern did a good job. This is a result of work that was started by the late General Edgar Murphy and 3 of his colleagues, veterans that are all generals. They had identified the fact that veterans in the Lubbock area don't have a cemetery to bury their families in. And this is application for a veterans cemetery is a fairly arduous process, but one thing that they need before they can submit application is to have secured the property. And so this satisfies that requirement. Senator Perry's working closely with the group and is anxiously waiting this resolution as we have a tight deadline to get the application in with the state. So appreciate, this is a worthy project, and I would appreciate the council's support on it.
Thank you, Mr. Massagill. Any questions for Ms. McCackern? Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Massagill, can I call you for a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Council, is there discussion on item 743? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, that concludes the consent agenda. We'll move now to the regular agenda, which begins with item 8.1 on page 1846. Before we go to item 8.1, if you're here tonight for a zone case that was part of or any on the consent agenda, that's been taken care of. We changed our practice earlier this year to add second readings of zone cases that had no opposition at the first read to the consent agenda. So we won't go back through those tonight. And we don't want anybody to have to spend more time with us than they'd like to spend tonight, unless you just want to. Ms. Patterson-Harris, you can't leave, okay? Yeah, I'm going to watch you. Okay, the regular agenda begins with item 8.1. We've got a few appointments that board appointments that we need to consider tonight. We did the bulk of those for this quarter. Last meeting, we had a few that we were just waiting on some of our committees to meet to elect or nominate folks to us. So we've got 3 of those tonight. We'll start with the Audit and Investment Committee. Mr. Massagill, would you make a motion regarding the Audit and Investment Committee?
Certainly, Mayor. I'd make a motion to appoint Eddie Schultz to the Audit and Investment Committee. This is a slotted rep for the EUB.
Okay, so that's for the Electric Utility Board. Eddie Schultz recommended to take Greg Taylor's place. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Council, is there any discussion on this? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Joy, we've got a couple reappointments to consider on the Community Development Services Board. Would you help us with a motion, please?
Yes. Move to reappoint to the Community Development and Services Board Gilbert Flores and Rachel Forbes.
Thank you, Ms. Joy, for that motion. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Council, is there discussion on Ms. Joy's motion related to 2 reappointments to the Community Development and Services Board? Seeing none. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? All right, that motion carries 7-0. Mr. Chavez, finally, would you help us with an appointment to the Libraries Board?
Yes, Mayor. Microphone. I'd like to make an appointment or a nomination for James Beauchamp to the Library Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Massagill. Mr. Beauchamp would be serving in a slided position also as the president of the Friends of the Library. So we're glad he's willing to serve. Council, is there discussion on Mr. Chavez's motion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 8.2. Item 8.2 comes to us from planning this evening. And we'll get briefed on this from Kristen Sager. So Ms. Sager, please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. To find my presentation. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 8.2 and 8.3 are related. Item 8.2 is a resolution for a termination of a 212 development agreement that was applied to a property that is 5 acres located south of 122nd Street, east of Frankfurt Avenue. This is just down the street from a previous tract of land we saw at the last meeting. The applicant is Delta Land Surveying and Engineering for Cassie Lane Mahon, administrator for the estate of Larry and Leslie Favre. A replat has been submitted on this property indicating the owner's intent to develop it, and that is why we are bringing the request to you tonight to terminate the 212 agreement. And then item 8.3 will be the public hearing and first ordinance reading for consideration of annexation of the property if you choose to approve the termination. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sager. Very good explanation. Council, questions for Ms. Sager on item 8.2? I guess 8.2 or 8.3. We've got a separate. We have to consider these separately because 8.3 requires a public hearing. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sager. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Joy.
Say that this is one of several of these 212s that will finally take care of those gaps and holes and.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So one at a time.
One at a time.
All right.
The gift that keeps on giving. Yes. Okay. Anything else for Ms. Sager? Thank you very much, Kristen. Council, I'll open the floor for a motion to consider item 8.2.
Move for approval.
So I'll take the motion from Mr. Chidis, a second from Mr. Griffith. You okay with that, Jeff? Okay.
So what we have in front of us is a motion to approve this 212 agreement that terminates, or this resolution that terminates the 212 agreement on said property. Council, is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 8.3. So as Ms. Sager indicated, 8.3 is for us to hold a public hearing and then to consider an ordinance that is pursuant to Chapter 43 of the Texas Local Government Code for annexation of property. The Local Government Code requires a public hearing for the City Council to consider the annexation of property. At this time, I will open the public hearing in regard to the annexation of property located south of 122nd Street and east of Frankfurt Avenue, containing approximately 5 acres out of Section 24, Block E2, Lubbock County, Texas, and identified by the Lubbock Central Appraisal District reference number R68745. I'll open the floor now for anyone who would like to come forward and speak either in favor or in opposition to this annexation. Please come forward if you'd like to speak either in favor or opposition to this annexation. Public hearing is now closed. Council, is there a motion to approve the ordinance to begin annexation of the property?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. For that motion, is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Council, is there discussion on item the ordinance, the motion to approve the ordinance? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 8.4 and call on Ms. Sager again. This is the second read of an item in a very similar part of town, Ms. Sager, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As
Take it away,
stated,
please.
This is the second reading of an annexation request for a property located south of 122nd, east of Frankfurt Avenue. This is tract 11 of Frankfurt Farms Edition. The previous property was tract 14. The applicant is Canyon Rock Development LLC. They have submitted a zone change application indicating their intent to develop the property. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Sager. Council, any questions for staff? All right. Thank you, Ms. Sager. All right, council, is there a motion to consider item 8.4? Thank you, Mr. Griffith, for that motion.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Massengill. All right, is there discussion on the motion to approve item 8.4? Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. All right, let's go now to item 8.5 and ask Ms. Sager to brief us on this. This is the second read, similar kind of action, just a different part of town.
Yes.
Right, Ms. Sager?
Absolutely.
Take it away.
So this annexation is in the northwest quadrant of the city. You can see it circled here on the overall map. This is at 4th and Upland, approximately 124 acres. The applicants are Mona Lewis and Cody Kinsey as trustee of the Kinsey 2015 Real Estate Trust. Second reading of the proposed annexation, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Council, questions for staff? Thank you so much, Ms. Sager. I'll open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of item 8.5. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Council, is there discussion on Mr. Griffith's motion to approve this item on second read?
Mr. Mayor, I
Ms.
have a question for Mr. Franklin.
Mr. Franklin. Welcome back, Wood.
Welcome.
Upland between 4th Street and 19th. What's the status on getting that widened? We've got a safety issue out there, particularly by Terra Vista. Is it Terra Vista?
Excuse me, it is not on our 5-year plan at this time.
Well, and this land is,
Those things change. We look at those on an annual basis, obviously as things change, as schools come in, as annexes come. So it's something that we look at on an annual basis, but at this time, it's not on our 5-year plan.
yeah, it's a 2-lane county road
Correct.
that
Correct.
we brought in, and I'm getting lots of calls about the safety issues out there. So let's take a look at it.
Will do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Other questions, comments? All right, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 8.5. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? All right, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now move to item 8.6. And we'll get to hear from Ms. Sager again.
Last one. This property is located just a little bit north of the property we just saw. You can see again, it's still in the northwest area of our city. This is at Erskine and Milwaukee Avenue, approximately 76 acres. The applicant is JDR Family LP. This is the second reading of the request for annexation, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sager. Council, any questions for Ms. Sager? Okay, is there a motion to consider item 8.6?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Masco, for the motion, Mr. Chidas for the second. Is there discussion on item 8.6? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, that gets us away from planning for the evening. Ms. Sager, thank you very much. We'll move now to 8.7. This is an exciting one tonight. This is a resolution adopting a neighborhood project program, and it's in conjunction with our neighborhood planning program, and it also provides $10,000 for some funding. You'll recall, Council, that Plan Lubbock 2040 called out some neighborhood planning as one of the key priorities at a discrete neighborhood level. And it also encouraged us to hire a neighborhood liaison
And we've done that. And he's looking resplendent tonight in his bow tie.
Well, thank you.
Wilson Bowling has been with us for about a year. He was out there earlier today looking very casual, and he came back like it's like a Superman kind of deal. But I know we have a number of citizens here too. I'm in no way trying to make any light of this. It's a really important next step, and a number of our neighborhoods are represented from all over the community, which I think is good. So Wilson, I know you've got a brief presentation. Please take it away if you would, okay?
Yes, of course. And if you do not mind, council, I will be doing a presentation for 8.7 and 8.8 together, if that is all right.
That's very appropriate. Thank you.
And if it is also appropriate, one more ask. I may be doing these a little out of order, beginning with 8.8 and going into 8.7.
They work together, and that's completely okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so to bring us to here, we met, if you remember, back in October. And you, Mr. Mayor, had given direction to Councilman Chavez, Councilman Griffith, and Councilman Patterson-Harris to serve on a subcommittee regarding the neighborhood planning program. Some of the things that we accomplished together is we selected the evaluation criteria, which we call the key performance indicators, so we could use those to create a list of the first 4 recommended neighborhoods. We also then reviewed a proposed neighborhood planning program, which I will then go over after. We went over about 15 different evaluation criteria, and we narrowed it down to 7. The home ownership rate, poverty rate, the number of building permits within the year, the median home value, the number of unsafe structures, the number of nonviolent crime within that year, and the number of healthcare facilities within a vicinity. And I'll go over those in a little more detail here in just a moment. So I'm going to get into kind of our methodology on how we decided on these first 4 neighborhoods, which the subcommittee will be recommending to you. All of my maps will look very similar. I'm going to go over a few things for you and for the audience behind me to try to make sense of it. There's a lot of information. The first thing you're going to notice is there are 2 legends, the legend actually on the map and the legend over on the right side. The one on the map is going to be uniform through all of these, and that is a grading 1 through 4. 1 is needing the least amount of help. Number 4 is needing the most amount of help. On the right, you're actually going to see the number breakdowns, whether that be percentages, raw numbers, and how we actually were able to get these 1 through 4 rankings. You'll also notice that there are some grayed out areas that I have defined as a null value. Those are areas, especially like the airport. There are no homes at the airport. That is not a neighborhood. Texas Tech is not a neighborhood. There's an area on the east side of the loop. That is all city-owned property. I also took downtown out because there already is a downtown master plan, and that's really not a neighborhood that we're looking at in this program. How I was able to create these neighborhoods, and these neighborhoods, especially as the neighborhood members here look, are not going to be the identical boundaries of what they think of as their neighborhood. These were taken from the U.S. Census Bureau's census block groups, which are the smallest unit where the Census Bureau collects their data. On a lot of these, the neighborhoods had multiple block groups, and I combined those into what we think of as our neighborhoods. On some, especially in the western and the southern, southwest areas that are newer neighborhoods, the block groups are very large, and they're going to encompass a few neighborhoods. So if you look Vintage Township, that is more than just Vintage Township. What we think of Vintage Township does not run from Slide to University. Unfortunately, I just had to pick a name and put it in there of the many. So If your neighborhood, your area is not on that list, I do apologize to you. But this kind of gives an overview of where we're coming from. This first map is the home ownership rate by neighborhood. And I'm going to kind of go through these. You may have some questions through. I may not speak a lot on those, but I'll give you a chance to ask those. The second is the poverty rate by the neighborhood. The subcommittee also felt that this was an extremely important criterion, so we did weight that times 2. The third, the building permits by area. And on the right side, you'll see all the different types of building permits that we use for these calculations. The fourth is the median home value. And this is the median home value of single-family homes and duplexes. Once you start getting into the much larger, like apartment complexes, the numbers start to really skyrocket, and that skews a lot of the data. The unsafe structures, how we calculated that is an unsafe structure by per 1,000 structures. That kind of keeps the numbers uniform as 1.34 as opposed to 0.00134. And that kind of gives a closer representation.
In this case, the null value would be where you had 0 as your denominator.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay.
The nonviolent crime, and over on the right are the different criterion that we used. Once again, I did calculate this more as a rate, so it's 1 nonviolent crime per 100 residents. And lastly, we are partnering with the health department for this grant that's going to be allowing consultants to come and help us with the first plans and lay the groundwork for the guidelines that we'll be continuing to use as we do things in-house. So we did feel that there needed to be a healthcare component. While we did feel that this is a very vital piece of information, we did weight that just times 0.5. Before I continue, I do want to say something to the council, to those in the audience, those listening on television. As I'm about to announce our recommendations, I want to remind everyone there is no bad neighborhood in Lubbock. The neighborhoods we chose are the ones who need the most help based on the criteria that we set. So again, your neighborhood didn't get picked because it's bad, it just needs help by the standards we chose. And I felt that that was very important to say as we get in to announce the first 4 neighborhoods.
Excellent.
And are you ready to see those first 4?
We are.
I know the people behind me are.
We're very ready.
The first neighborhood is going to be the Dunbar Manhattan Heights neighborhood. The second will be the Jackson and Mahans neighborhood combined. The Parkway Cherry Point neighborhood, and then the Arnett Benson neighborhood. And I would be excited no matter what neighborhoods we chose. But if you see the neighborhood members behind me tonight, we have quite a few from the Dunbar Manhattan Heights neighborhood.
Mr. Bowling, let me interrupt for a second. If you're here from the Dunbar Manhattan Heights neighborhood, would you please stand up? Come on, come on. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Appreciate it very much. If you're here from Jackson Mahon, we have anybody here from Jackson Mahon tonight? Thank you, thank you. We recognize those faces back there. Thank you guys from super volunteers. What about Parkway and Cherry Point?
I know their neighborhood association president did have a prior engagement this
Conflict.
evening. I spoke with her earlier today.
All right, and then how about Arnett Benson? Anybody here from Arnett Benson tonight? Both, excellent. Okay, super. Please continue, Mr. Bowling.
So we are very excited to make these recommendations to you. Now I'm about to go on to the next part of the presentation, number 8.7 now.
Please continue. We'll take, we'll have questions when you finish over the entire thing. Okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
So I've made mention before that these plans take time, anywhere between 6 to 12 months per plan. So when we start talking about the neighborhoods who are not on this list, it's going to take a little while to get there. But a lot of the neighborhoods do need some help. So we have worked hard and we have come up with an idea on how I can use some of the capital improvement money which you have graciously given this program to allow the neighborhoods to apply and let us know what projects they would like to see done. It's the idea that a small action can make a giant effect. So what this program would do would be allow neighborhoods to apply for staff-administered projects. These projects would be up to $10,000. We are thinking of 2 application cycles with $50,000 up for grabs in each of those 2. So a total of $100,000 of projects within a year. So if all that money is used, that is a maximum of 10 projects. If not all the projects are asking for that main amount or the largest amount, we can do a lot more than that. And of course, there's going to be a lot of great ideas. It's going to be very difficult when we go through the evaluation process. If there are some of these if we know there's going to be these great ideas, we are going to keep those not selected within the cycle for 4 cycles, so for 2 years, to make sure that they are still considered. All of these projects will be on public land and for the public benefit. And these are the type of projects that we will be asking for from the neighborhoods. Historic preservation, public art, different landscaping type things, right-of-way improvements, and possibly some neighborhood identifications, welcome sign if they don't have a large welcome sign, or the street sign toppers. But we are very, very excited to get this rolling because we know that there's a lot of neighborhoods who have a lot of great ideas. And I've been pitching this to them for a little while now, and the wheels have been turning, let's say. But I will open it up to questions. I know I've given you a lot of information, a lot of things to think about.
Thank you, Mr. Bowling. Well done. Fantastic information. I'll open the floor for comments. Ms. Patterson-Harris, if I recall correctly, when we approved going forward with hiring what became Mr. Bowling, you advocated effectively and successfully to make sure that we provided some funding too. And I believe that said funding is what we'd be pulling from tonight. So I'll give you the very first word, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wilson Bowling. Thank you, all the neighborhoods that are here tonight. I've had the opportunity. I try to make as many neighborhood association meetings as I can, but it gets difficult. I think it's time for me to come back around to Dunbar, Manhattan. But I appreciate the work that has been done here, Wilson. I think the whole idea of while you're developing the plans for other neighborhoods, those neighborhoods in waiting will have the opportunity to do some things. And you're definitely spot on about some of the ideas that people are thinking of that will greatly impact those neighborhoods while they wait. Could be some of those things that they would like for the city to do as a part of their plan. But if they kick it off and get a head start and start doing some of the things that are going to be impactful, I think that's awesome. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a well use of funds. And man, I mean, there's some extra ideas that I didn't even think of before. I've been advocating for one type of deal, but I see some great things in here that will really change the face of so many of the neighborhoods that we'll be reviewing. It was difficult. There are so many needs in a lot of the neighborhoods, but I think that what the direction we're headed is going to be really good for all the neighborhoods that are involved and for the city of Lubbock as a whole.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. I completely agree. I think it's a city's only as strong as its neighborhoods. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Wilson, great job. Thank you. And thank you for going out there and meeting with the neighborhood associations. Again, the neighborhood association is the lifeline of the neighborhood, and they will be feeding information to you, am I correct? Hopefully? And doing the applications for the neighborhood, but not necessarily just the neighborhood associations, but individuals can also do the same or not?
Yes, sir, they would be allowed to.
Okay.
So if you have an idea for your neighborhood, even if you don't have a neighborhood association, you are still, please come and apply is what I'm trying to say. Also, I did not mention the neighborhood planning part of the website will be live tomorrow. And you can go on there, get the guidelines, get the application, but also find out if you have a neighborhood association. I'll have all that. I have an interactive map going, and I'm continuing to build that.
How are we going to be reaching the people that are not computer literate or don't have access to a computer? Is there going to be mail outs, or how do we reach that unreachable part of the public?
When we were, especially when we were beginning the neighborhood plans, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, we do intend to actually send a mail out to every home within that neighborhood.
Good. For right now, that's as far as I want to go with it. Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy.
Who approves the applications for projects?
When the application comes in, we will have an evaluation, basically committee of different departments within the city.
Okay.
And then we will be bringing it, since it is a capital project, our choices will come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Talk a little bit about the involvement of the health department and how they tie into all of this as well.
So a number of months ago, the health department actually came to us and said, we are working on a neighborhood health grant, and we think that there will be a great partnership. So they are, and I don't want to get into too much of their side of it because I will absolutely misspeak.
Yeah.
But part of it, they said, we can give you some money since you're beginning this program. And we're using that to get the consultants. I know they have hired at least one person who's working full-time on that grant, Mr. Jesus Gonzalez, who's sitting right back here.
Oh, yeah, that's Jesus.
And he is also attending the neighborhood meetings as well.
Excellent. Good. Okay, if there's nothing further for Mr. Bowling, Council, I think we should consider these separately. So I'll open the floor for a motion on 8.7. 8.7 is the sets up the neighborhood planning program, the project program as part of the neighborhood planning program. It's what Mr. Bowling described, the set aside of up to $10,000 for 5 projects over 2 tranches. Ms. Patterson-Harris, can I get a motion on that? Thank you for that. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, is there further discussion on this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 8.7, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0.
Okay, item 8.8 adopts, is a resolution adopting and approving the recommendations that Mr. Bowling just made, specifying the initial neighborhoods that will participate in this same neighborhood planning program. Is there a motion to begin consideration? Move for approval. Thank you, Mr. Childers. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Griff. Pardon me. Is there discussion on the motion to approve item 8.8?
And, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Mr. Bowling, I just want to make sure that folks understand that this particular part of the program sets aside that who the consultant and planner will begin with to work on the actual plan for the neighborhoods themselves, aside from the program that was just approved.
That is absolutely correct.
Once we get these 4 done, then we'll go to another group, right?
That's the plan.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Wilson.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson-Harris, you have other questions?
No.
Okay. Other comments or questions, council? Okay. We have a motion on the floor to approve item 8.8. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Bowling and neighborhood associations and citizens, thank you so much for your hard work. To some degree, your patience doesn't move quickly. All right, let's go to item 8.9. Item 8.9 is on page 1,999. And it is the downtown parking master plan that we're being asked to adopt tonight. I think it will be, since we spent an hour on this
Certainly
afternoon.
can be, yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
since we spent an hour on it this afternoon. Is that, Ms. Patterson-Harris, are you suggesting it be brief?
I'm just saying what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Let's get an overview of this from Ms. Girardi before we begin consideration. Brianna?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be back again with you this evening to give a very brief overview of our downtown parking master plan. As a reminder, we executed a contract with WGI out of Houston about a year ago as a recommendation that came out of our downtown master plan update that you all adopted in 2020. One of the key recommendations from that master plan update was to pursue a parking master plan. And so really this document will act very similar to what the master plan update does. It provides us with some priorities, some strategies, ideas for implementation, but ultimately we will be looking to you all for recommendations on how to proceed first. When we get to the individual implementation items, we can speak to some of the conversation we had earlier today as far as the priorities I've heard so far. But really, this is just a roadmap for us to follow going forward. I won't go through the details of the community input session, just want to reiterate that we did reach out to the community on 2 different occasions for feedback related to parking in downtown. I did, Councilman Christian, want to follow up on a question you had this morning about some demographic information. Just to kind of narrow things down, about 75% of the people that answered the age question fell between the 35 and 54 range. 25% of people that took the survey actually skipped that question. So our data is a little bit skewed because all 600 people did not respond, but that's where 75% of those respondents fell. And then also did want to let you know our top zip codes that responded to the survey were 79401, 423, and 424 were a pretty significant majority of the responses, followed by 79416 and 79407. So hopefully that's helpful to give a little insight into that survey participation. As we talked about earlier today, our consultants did do 4 different occupancy observation periods at different times of day and different events going on in the downtown area. The big takeaway from this exercise being that in any of these observation periods, parking demand never exceeded the parking supply that we have in downtown. Your 10 kind of buckets of recommendations are listed on this slide, as well as a little bit of a description of each. I'm going to take a cue from Councilwoman Patterson-Harris and not go through each of these, but I do have some additional data if there's any that you would like to discuss individually. I will say, though, I think what staff's takeaway is, should you decide to move forward with this plan this evening, putting in place a task force to oversee the implementation of this project is probably step one. As a reminder, I mentioned this earlier today, we did notice some errors in some of the maps that are in the document you have before you. Should you choose to take action on this tonight, we will go back and get those maps corrected. There are no substantive changes. It's nothing changes to the data or any of the recommendations, just images. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Girardi? Okay, thank you, Brianna. Brianna, I do have a question. So we adopt this tonight. Let's just for sake of argument say we adopt it tonight. Then would we give direction via resolution to the TIF board? To work on a task force, a parking task force, or could we do that in a motion tonight to go and get that? I mean, I'm not trying to get ahead of things, but adopting it's just does nothing more than adopt it. It doesn't get the ball rolling, right? I mean, so we could, Mr. Weaver, I think we could do that tonight. Would that be appropriate?
You're certainly welcome to amend it.
Yeah, to just amend it to add that to it. Yeah,
Yes,
okay, all right. Okay.
And just for a point of clarification, is the task force something you all would like the TIF board to work to appoint, or would you want that to be a council appointed?
I think we need to work on, we can, that's something we can talk about.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so council, thank you, Ms. Girardi. Council, I'll open the floor for discussion, a motion regarding adoption of this and potentially adoption and the definition of our first step. What's that? So move what, Mr. Christian? To adopt? Okay. Are you, we're not posted, we'd have to, if we're going to consider a task force, we'd have to amend this item. We're only posted to take action on one item here. I think that, Mr. River, what's your take on that?
If the purpose of the amendment is to further what you're originally adopting, I think you're fine. Just in furtherance of what the posted item is.
It certainly would be cleaner to do it in two motions. Okay. All right.
You can do it either way.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor to adopt the plan that's been presented to us tonight, acknowledging the fact that there are a few non-substantive changes that will be made and gotten back to us. That's Mr. Christian's motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Childis. Okay, let's have discussion. Ms. Joy.
Well, I was just going to remind everyone about what Mr. McClendon said, because I think he's correct. A lot of times when we approve these plans, people think that we have to do it, that we don't have any choice. That's not true. This is just a plan that the consultants have brought to us, and we can approve this. In fact, that's our motion, consider a resolution approving the plan, but the individual steps are going to have to come one at a time for approval because most of them involve money.
Right. No different than the 2040 plan, the downtown master plan, the neighborhood plan that we just considered. I mean, those all are similar in that regard.
And if a future council decides they want to do something, then it may not get done. So that's just a reminder where we are on this.
Yeah. Good clarification. Further discussion on the motion to approve the parking plan. Mr. Masco.
So what I've heard is the possibility of a motion or an amendment to a motion to either direct council to form a task force or the possibility of kicking that to the TIF. I guess I lean to go and let the council appoint that task force. Mr. Christian, would you accept an amendment to your motion to add the formation of a task force by the council on this item?
We've got Mr. Christian accepts that amendment.
Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Chavez, are you okay with that also?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so state that amendment for us, Mr. Massagill.
I would move to amend Mr. Christian's motion to approve item 8.9, approving the downtown parking master plan and adding direction to council to appoint the task force.
Parking task force.
Parking task force.
Okay.
By a date certain or not?
By date certain of May 10th.
Next city council meeting. Okay? You good with that? Y'all good with that? Okay. So we've got a motion, we have an amended motion on the floor. Okay, let's discussion on that. Mr. Masco, anything to add to that?
I guess what I would think is delegate to you to think about how many members need to be on that task force and then communicate with council how we would appoint members to that, get back to you and appoint that would be much like we do any other task force or committee.
I'm willing to take that on. I think one thing we learned in the report and the feedback we got today was that there's some very different, disparate kind of parts of the area that we need to consider. So I'll work with Ms. Girardi and Mr. Atkinson on trying to come up with some ideas, and then by the end of the week, be back to you guys with maybe a suggested plan, and then ask for your input as to stakeholders. Okay? Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Let's remember, don't make it too large.
Yeah.
Preach on. Yeah. I thought we might try to keep it under 100.
Yeah.
Is that, you good with that?
Well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we got a motion on we have an,
We need to vote on the amendment.
we need
We need to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, so let's vote on the amendment to the original motion. That's the motion that would direct council to adopt by May 10, or appoint by May 10, a parking task force as described in this plan. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. I think Ms. Patterson-Harris is in favor of it. She's got her head down there. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Now we'll go back to the original motion as amended. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you very much, Brianna. Consultants, thank you guys for your hard work. Okay, that gets us to item 8.10. Item 8.10 is on page 2117. Before we consider this, Ms. Brock is going to give us a brief overview of item 8.10. We have a public hearing. I believe we have a public hearing following her overview.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
The first section on this is going to be related to the guidelines. This is a proposed amendment to our industrial tax abatement guidelines.
Okay.
If you will look, I believe in your packets, hold on just a second. What I did is I pulled out just the pieces that we actually amended.
Ms. Brock, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Council, we received under separate cover later Friday more information, the detail on 810 and 811, just as,
Yes, sir.
as a reminder. So please continue.
Yes, sir. And what on this one, section 4 is criteria and guidelines for tax abatement. On section 4.5, that we did add on-site raw materials, works in progress, supplies, and tools as eligible for tax abatement. On section 4.6, we changed non-eligible property and we took out inventories and supplies and we added finished goods that were not eligible. Section 4.10, we actually removed this section, which allowed a variance to the guidelines because those are based on legal opinion. Those are no longer allowable under the statute. So we took that section completely out. Sorry, my allergies are horrible. Section X deals with the recapture of in the guidelines, and basically the law requires us to have a recapture clause in all of our tax abatement. And so, thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. So section X, what we actually did with that is we actually trued it up to the law, the statute. If you look at X2, that changes it to align with the mandatory recapture, which is the improvements that they've agreed to do. If they do not do those, is a mandatory requirement for us to recapture. On 3 and 6, basically, it's this council may recapture based on not creating the jobs or any of the other performance measures that are in the contract. The current industrial tax abatement guidelines you actually approved on March 8th. The amendment of the guidelines will require a 3/4 vote of council to approve. It's based on the statute, and it will not change the actual end date of the guidelines. They will still end 2 years from the date originally adopted. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Sorry about this.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Okay, council, questions for Ms. Brock on item 810? Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Don't go far. The tax code requires a public hearing for the city council to consider the proposed adoption of the guidelines and criteria governing tax abatement for industrial projects. At this time, I'll open the public hearing in regard to the adoption of these proposed guidelines. Is there anyone here that would like to speak either in favor or opposition to these guidelines? If so, please come forward. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Is there a resolution to consider the proposed guidelines? Is there a motion? Did I say is there a resolution? Is there a motion to consider the proposed guidelines? Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Okay, council, is there discussion on item 810? All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 810, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? Okay, thank you. That passes 7-0. All right, item 811 would be, or is, the final item related to the Leprino economic development transaction. And I'm having a hard time getting I think my computer's had all I can handle today. Okay, here we go. It's on page 2118, and it's a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an industrial tax abatement agreement with Luprino Foods Company. Now, we've previously discussed the details of this. I think Ms. Brock is going to give us a quick overview of this. Then we've got one of the senior leaders from Luprino's here from Denver, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to make a few comments before we consider this. Please, Cheryl, please take it away.
Thank you, sir. Went too fast. This is the area of the reinvestment zone where the project will be built, and I just thought I'd show you that to start with. Phase 1 is constructing an 850,000 square foot mozzarella cheese and nutrition manufacturing facility, an investment of $76 million. Eligible personal property, including the machinery and equipment, is $342 million investment. The total investment on the project included in the contract is $418.25 million. They will create 300 new jobs, an estimated new payroll of about $35.4 million. The proposed abatement is 100% abatement for 10 years. It includes the building and eligible personal property. The estimated annual abatement amount is $2.19 million, and the estimated total over the 10-year term is $21.9. The actual will be based on what their actual valuations are. Those are our estimates based on investment. The abatement would begin the January 1 following 90% completion of the project. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that quick overview, Ms. Brock. Mr. Griffith suggested that maybe some fresh mozzarella would help with your allergies. I don't know, I'm just.
I'll take anything at this point.
Okay. Council, any questions for Ms. Brock or any comments? Okay. Mark, please come forward.
Nutrition products, man. No, I would just like to say, Mr. Mayor and Council, it's great to be back here again after last month. I think we had a chance to talk about, from a Luprino perspective, this project. Our first trip down here was August 2019. Starts with milk. We talked last month, Jarrett Wood and team, about water. That was really important. I'd say hopefully tonight we can get ready to move into the next phase, which is really constructing this project and getting into community and getting those jobs Ms. Brock talked about. That's what we're very excited about. Over the next 5 years, we will have a large undertaking. That collaboration and strength that we have seen with the city team, the LEDA team down here has been very appreciated. And I will say, as we go forward, we look to continue that collaboration. It would go without saying, a few folks that I would want to mention off the city team are Jarrett, Wood, Blue, Kelly, Cheryl, Brianna. They've been instrumental. On the LEDA team, I would call out John, Carolyn, Jana. There are lots of others, and there are going to be lots of others here as we go forward. But I would just say from our standpoint, we want to, Mr. Mayor, thank you and the council as you consider this industrial tax abatement, because it's really instrumental in getting the project. Thank you.
Mr. Benson, I believe you all closed on the property last week. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And my understanding is that it's in plan review tomorrow. Okay. Site review tomorrow.
Yep.
So moving along, still thinking about planning on breaking ground in June. Is that correct?
60 days from now, we hope to have dirt moving.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Council, is there further comments or discussion on this item? Okay, we've got a motion. We don't have a motion yet.
No,
Ms.
sir.
Patterson-Harris, can I trouble you for a motion?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve item number 811 with regards to the tax abatement for Luprino Foods.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Council, is there discussion on item 811?
I'm getting hungry for mozzarella.
All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 811, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion passes 7-0. Osborne's got a big smile on his face. Okay. Cheryl, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Council, I believe that takes care of our business. Ms. Garza, we good with you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Mr. Weaver? All right. Staff, thank you for a long day, a lot of great work preparing a over 2,100 page agenda. I feel comfortable I'll never see another one of those again. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. It is 6:49. Lubbock City Council is adjourned.